All right, the next concept that we are going to talk about is quote management. Now that we have products in our system, we have opportunities in our system, we know how to create them, we know how to associate them. The next concept that we are going to talk about is quote management. So what is a quote? Like say for example, even in real time, when we contact a business and maybe if we are interested in a product, what do? They send us a quotation. Right? They tell us over the phone, or maybe when we go there in person, they tell us like, all right, so these are the products that we offer. These are the services that we offer. And for the product that we are interested in, they send us a quote. That is a quotation. So what is a quote? That is the estimated price for that product that they sell or the service that they offer. So quote is nothing but that estimated price. Perfect. Now we have to understand at what part of the life cycle, the sales life cycle, does quote fits in. Let me explain. Now that we have created an opportunity, alright, we have come a long way from leads, campaigns, then creating contacts, accounts, we have come a long way. And now we have created an opportunity for that account. Alright, perfect. And now after creating that opportunity, the opportunity also goes through various stages. And say for example, the opportunity is in the prospecting stage. And now the customer is interested in your product. So what do? You send a quote to the customer, right? You send a quote which mentions the product and the estimated price for that product. So that quote you send it to the customer. So that we are going to understand how to facilitate that in Salesforce. So this one here, it gives us a good understanding of the standard quote to cash process. But you can use App Exchange apps for this. And these days, CPQs are getting more popularity. That is configure price quote. Alright. And this is the standard quote to cash process. So it starts like this. The pricing is decided, and once the pricing is decided, the quote is created. Alright, so the company, we decide the quote and then we finalize the quote. And this quote, we can, Salesforce facilitates us to create a PDF of that quote, and that PDF file, we send it to the customer. And then it goes through various negotiations, it goes through approvals, right? It may not really get finalized in the first step. So it goes through multiple negotiations. So that is the reason one opportunity can have multiple quotes associated to that. Because when the business never finalizes the first one, right? We go through multiple negotiations. So negotiation after negotiation, we may create multiple quotes until the business and the customer both are in terms and they accept a quote. And once that happens, we sync the quote to the opportunity. So though there may be many quotes that are associated to an opportunity, there can be only one quote which is synced to the opportunity. And then it goes on, we create a contract and then we create the order and then we finally go for the payment. Alright, so this is the standard quote to cash process. So in this section, let's talk about how to create quotes and sync it with opportunities. Go to the developer edition. Alright, we are here and this quote feature is not available by default. So first you need to enable quotes. So go to setup, quotes, and in quote settings, you have this option to enable quotes. So enable quotes. Perfect. It is getting enabled. Awesome. And also add it to the layouts. Awesome. We have now successfully enabled quotes in our org. Awesome. So the next step what we are going to do is we are going to create quotes. That we'll discuss in the next tutorial. Alright, now that we have enabled quotes in our org, the next step is to create a quote. So here, go for opportunities. Let's pick any opportunity. Let's say this ABC company opportunity. Alright, so let's consider this opportunity because codes are associated to opportunities, right? Only after we have that opportunity created for that particular account, only then we can create codes on that opportunity. So here we have opportunities, perfect. And now we see there are no products as such associated to this opportunity. So first what let's do is let's add a product to this opportunity. Let's pick any product from the standard price book or the custom price book, however it is. And let me choose this product. So this is the product and let me say the quantity is 1. Alright. And the sales price, let me leave it as is. Alright, perfect. And now you can see this amount field is populated. So once you add products to opportunities, automatically the amount field would be populated here. And how is the amount value calculated? It is basically quantity into the sales price. So here it is 1 into 120k. So that is why it is giving 120k here. And if you have multiple products, all the amount of all the products would be summed up and that total value would be shown here. Alright? Okay. So now that amount is populated, it has become a read-only field. Alright, you cannot modify that. Perfect. So now we have an opportunity with product associated. What is the next thing that we are going to do? Now that we have this product out here, we are going to create a code for this opportunity. Why? Because customer is interested in purchasing this product. So we need to send that code to the customer. To send that code to the customer, first we need to create that code. Right? So go for codes and here click on new code. Okay. So this is the code creation page. Here fill in the details. And the code name I have given is I have mentioned the company name and I have mentioned it as the version 1. Basically the first code that we are sending it. So I have mentioned it as version 1. And here you should note that these values, the subtotal, discount, the total price, the grand total, all these are auto-populated from the opportunity. Alright, and this value status, this is the draft code, right? This is not the finalized one. This is just the draft code that we are sending it. So the status is draft. And otherwise the other information, they are pulled from the opportunity. Perfect. You can fill in other details as well. And once done, let's save this code. Awesome. So we have now saved this code. For which opportunity? For the ABC company opportunity. Now, pay more attention to the code line items here. If you see the code line items, we have a product here. We have a code line item. What is this? This is the opportunity line item that we have for that opportunity for which we created this code. See, if you go ahead, let me show that real quick. This is the opportunity for which we created that code. And we have that opportunity product. Right? So the same product that will be added as the code line item here. Alright, so all the opportunity line items will be added as code line items. But not only that, on top of it, you can also add your own code line items here. So here, go to code line items and you can add a line item. Basically, add a product to this code. So absolutely possible. Alright, so once you have finalized the code line items and once you have finalized the code, so everything is ready, what is the next step? Send the code to the customer, right? So that is the next step. So for sending the code to the customer, first we need to generate the code PDF in the PDF file format. And once we do that, we can send that to you can email that PDF to the customer. So how to do that? We'll check in our next tutorial. Awesome. Now that we have created our code, the next step what we are going to learn is how to generate the code PDF. Because only after we generate this code PDF, we'll be able to send this to the customer. So first let's understand how to generate the code PDF. So let's navigate to the code. This is the code that we created for the ABC company opportunity. And let's create a PDF now. So how to create a PDF? We have this create PDF option. So click on that button. Awesome. Look at this nice PDF file, right? How easy it is. And click on save to code. Awesome. So now we have created a PDF version of this code. And where you can see that In quotes, you will have a related list that is called as quote PDFs. So there you will be able to see the PDF that we have generated for this quote. And you can see this is version 1 of this quote. Already, like for understanding, I gave version 1. Alright, so that is the one that we gave. This version 1 comes by default. Alright, the first version of the quote PDF that you generate, the system generated value, that is version 1, gets added to that. Alright, and here you have this view option, wherein you can use that view option. You can see that quote. Alright, and if you're not happy with the quote and if you want to make further modifications, you can go back to the quote and you can generate another quote PDF. Not a problem at all. So if you want, you can delete this and you can regenerate another PDF. Absolutely no problem. So now what we have done, we have created this quote PDF and you can see it here. The same quote PDF, you can also see it under notes and attachments for this particular quote record. Perfect. So now we have created this quote and we have generated the quote PDF. The next step is to send this quote to the customer. So how to email this quote to the customer? We'll discuss in the next session. So the next step in the process is to send this quote to the customer. And how are you going to send that? You are going to email that quote to the customer. So how do we do that? In our developer org, let's go to the quote. So this is the quote. We have generated the quote PDF for that. So the next step is to email the quote to the customer. So if you see here, you have this option of email. So when you click on that option, you can email the quote to the customer. Alright. So this is the regular email message that we do. You know, we have actually done it for many purposes. So we very much know how to send emails from Salesforce. So the email format to, related to, and in BCC, basically like your email will be attached. And then you have a subject here. So let me say ABC company quote version 1. Alright. And here you see the quote file. It is attached as an attachment to the email. Perfect. And then finish the body. So let me say, dear customer, please find attached quote version 1 as per your request. Yeah, you can definitely do better emails. Alright, so, and this is from, say for example, some company. You can say, you can mention your business name. Alright. Yeah, but as I said, yeah, you can definitely do better emails. This is definitely not a good example. I agree. Alright, so that is a part. So now we are done with the email. We have filled in the details. Perfect. So the next step is to send this email out. Awesome. This email is now sent. So this is how you send the quote that you generate in Salesforce to your customer. In the next session, let's understand how to sync a quote with an opportunity. In this session, let's understand how to sync quote to opportunity. So this is the quote that we have created for that opportunity, and then we generated the quote PDF and we have also emailed the quote PDF. Perfect. So, but does code get finalized in the first try itself? Many times not. You may need to send quotes version 2, version 3 till there comes between a negotiation and an approval. So the customer and the company, they negotiate and then they finally agree upon a quote, right? So there may be multiple quotes that are associated to opportunities. So let me show that to you real quick. So for that same opportunity, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another quote. So go here and click on new quote. Here, let's create another quote, that is quote version 2. So I have created the second version of quote. You can make the changes accordingly. Alright, and once you are done, click on the save button. So what we have done, basically we have updated our code and we are sending a second quote to the customer. And here again you can see the code line items here. Alright, so basically this is the product line item here, and if you want to add, you can add it here. And if you want to edit this line item, yes, you can very much edit it. Say for example, previously it was 120, right? Now that for the second quote, I'm saying it is only 110. So once I save it, automatically what happens is all the other fields will get populated accordingly. Alright, so now that there is a negotiation and we have agreed upon 110K. Alright, perfect. So if you want to include tax, yeah, you can. Shipping and handling, yes, you can. And once you give those values, automatically the grand total will be calculated accordingly. And you can also give a discount. Yes, of course, discount works very much for sales. So you can give a discount as well. So once you give all these details, the grand total will be calculated. And again, this quote is generated here. So if you want to create a quote PDF, you can do the same way. You can create quote PDFs. Perfect. Save to quote. Awesome. And now we can email the quote to the customer. Email the quote. All right. Given the subject. Okay. And yes, I again admit that this is definitely not a good email, but I'm just for testing purpose, so we are using this. So again, send this to the customer. So the customer has received basically the second version of the quote as well. So if we go to the opportunity, ideally here we should have two quotes for this opportunity. Initially we sent for 120K, and then after negotiation we have sent it for 110K now. And now, like after all these negotiations and finally after approval, both the company and the customer, they agree upon a quote, right? So that quote, we need to sync it with the opportunity. Here I have created only two quotes, but there may be scenarios in which we may create more than 2, 3, 4, 5 quotes we may create until we comes to a negotiation point and the approval point. So once you finalize on a particular quote, what we do is we sync that quote to the opportunity. And how do we sync that quote? Go to that particular quote, and here you see this start sync. So once you click on that start sync, this opportunity will get synced with this quote, or I would say the quote will get synced to the opportunity. So start sync. All right. It is syncing quotes and opportunities, and read this pop-up. Quote line items will replace the opportunity products. Yeah, so whatever the quote line items you have, that will replace the opportunity products. So in case if you had a different opportunity product, that will be replaced by the quote line items. Quote line items of which quote? The quote that you are syncing with the opportunity. Alright, and after this initial sync, all the future updates to quote line items and opportunity products will automatically sync both ways. So that the opportunity line items and the quote line items, they are same at all times. Alright, so this is the message. Sync it. Perfect. Alright, we have synced the quote version 2 with this opportunity ABC company. From now on, all updates to the quote line items and the opportunity products will automatically sync both ways. Yeah, because only then they will be similar. Both the line items will be similar. Done. Awesome. And now you can see this checkbox is checked. And this is a read-only checkbox, meaning this quote is synced with the opportunity. And also, if you check the opportunity, go to the opportunity and go to quotes related list. If you see this, among all the quotes, you can see this is the quote that is synced with the opportunity. The checkbox is checked here. Right, so this is the quote. So there may be many quotes for an opportunity. However, only one quote will be synced to the opportunity. Alright, so this is how you check that. Awesome. This is how we sync a quote to an opportunity and how we take forward our sales. Hopefully this topic was interesting. Thank you. Alright, the next important and interesting concept that we are going to talk about is forecast. So what is a forecast? Like, just consider our day-to-day life. What do we say forecast? Like, how do we use the term forecast? The term that we very much use is with weather, right? The weather forecast. So what is a weather forecast? Weather forecast means it estimates the weather. So today's forecast, like how will the weather be all day? How will the weather be tomorrow? How will the weather be during the weekend, during this month, next month? So weather forecast estimates the weather for the future. So that is a weather forecast. Similarly, in Salesforce, when we talk about forecast, it is the making an estimation of the future. And that is based on the existing data and the historical data, and we analyze that data and then we estimate, we measure the company's growth and success. So that is why forecast plays a major part in the financial planning of your business, of your company, because that gives you an idea about the company's growth and the success in the future. In fact, forecast is a very efficient and excellent feature because only that gives you or the company the actual insight of their sales effort, because they put in so much effort for their sales, right? So that gives a good insight about the sales effort that they put in, so that based on that forecast, any company or organization, they can modify their sales process and they can monitor their sales pipeline accordingly. So based on the data that is given from forecast, they can modify the sales process better. In fact, not only that, this forecast, it also provides a complete picture of your organization's sales pipeline. And not only that, it also, you can get information about the individual efforts that is put forward by the sales team. So all this information we can gather using forecast. And now we are going to talk especially about collaborative forecasting. So this collaborative forecasting, as the name says, it is collaborating, right? So here, the process is that we'll be gathering and we'll be merging information from different sources inside and outside of the organization so that we can come up with a single unified statement. So that is called as the collaborative forecasting. We are collaborating information. And this collaborative forecasting especially helps a sales team to generate accurate forecast and also track their quota attainment. In fact, currently we have this collaborative forecasting in Salesforce, this one, but previously we had a customizable forecasting. But we'll not be talking about customizable forecasting because Salesforce has come up with a much better concept of collaborative forecasting, and that is what is enabled in our developer edition as well. So we'll be only talking about collaborative forecasting here, but know that customizable forecasting was existing before, and that works well with territory management 1.0. Customizable forecasting works with territory management 1.0, whereas collaborative forecasting works with territory management 2.0, otherwise called as the enterprise territory management. We have already discussed about enterprise territory management in the previous sections. So now let's understand about collaborative forecasting. So to use this feature of forecasting, first we need to go to our Salesforce Developer Edition, and here we need to enable forecast. So go here, forecast settings, click on forecast settings, and here you see enable forecast. And what are we enabling? We are enabling collaborative forecasting. Alright, so once you enable forecast, you see the various options out here. That is adding forecast types, forecast adjustments, cumulative forecast rollups, and configure the default forecast display. So all these we'll be discussing in our upcoming sessions. And now let's understand that we have to first enable forecast to start working in that. Alright, now that we have enabled forecast in our org, the next concept that we are going to talk about is about forecast types. There are actually different types of forecast in Salesforce. The first type is opportunity revenue. So when you choose this forecast type, basically when the data is grouped, when the data is rolled up, the roll up is based on the opportunity amount field. The next is opportunity quantity. So here the roll up is based on the opportunity quantity field. So that is the field that is used for the roll ups. And next is product families revenue. In this forecast type, the roll-up is based on opportunity amount field, yes, but the forecast amount, they are separated by the product family to the product family that they belong to. So that is how we segregate those forecast amounts. And the next is product family's quantity. This is similar to the product family's revenue. Here the roll-up is based on opportunity quantity field. Yeah, because it says product family's quantity. And here again, the forecast amounts are separated by a product family. The next forecast type is opportunity split. So this forecast type is available for orgs where they have enabled opportunity split feature. So in this particular forecast type, opportunity splits revenue, roll-up is based on the opportunity amount field. Yeah, because we know it is a revenue. So it is based on the roll-up is based on the opportunity amount field. And because it is opportunity split, each team member's split percentage is also used. So basically here a roll-up is based on the not only on the opportunity amount and also the sales team members split percentage as well. Alright, so for using this opportunity split feature, first we have to enable that. So we have to have opportunity teams, we have to have opportunity splits and also the revenue split. So when we have this functionality, we can set our forecast type to opportunity splits revenue. In a similar fashion, we also have overlay split. So when we say overlay split, here the roll-up is based on the opportunity amount field. Yeah. And then it also depends on the overlay sales team members split percentage. So similar to opportunity split, where the roll-up is also based on the team members split percentage, the sales reps split percentage. Here, the roll-up is also based on the sales reps split percentage. That is the overlay split percentage. And to use this particular forecast type, we have to enable opportunity teams, opportunity splits, and also the overlay split type. And then we can use this forecast type. The next forecast type is custom opportunity currency field. Well, in this forecast type, what we do is we need to, first of all, we need to have a custom currency field in our opportunity object. And the roll-up will be based on the amount value that we define in our custom opportunity current field. Alright, so that value would be used for roll-up. And for using this particular forecast type, first you have to enable opportunity teams and opportunity splits, that they must be enabled for you to use this forecast type. And the last forecast type is expected revenue. So for this forecast type, the roll-up value that is based on the amount that is mentioned in the opportunity expected revenue field. We have the expected revenue field in opportunities, right? So the roll-up value will be based on the amount field that is mentioned in that expected revenue field. And for using this forecast type, again, like we need to have opportunity teams and opportunity splits enabled. So it all basically depends on how you want the forecast to happen. If you want to forecast based on the revenue, then you have to forecast it. If you want to forecast based on the quantity, then you have to choose the opportunity quantity forecast. And if you want to forecast based on the amount, then you have to choose the opportunity revenue forecast. Alright, so now that we have got this information about forecast, let's go to our Salesforce developer org, and here let's check how to add the forecast types. And here you see you can add up to 4 forecast types. And here you have this option of adding another forecast type, so you can use this option to add more forecast types. And here if you choose that option, you see a forecast measurement and a forecast date type. First, here we see this forecast type, that is opportunity object. So yes, opportunities, that is going to be the data source for us. Next, choose the forecast measurement. So here, let me you can go for either a quantity or revenue. But here we are not able to select a revenue because opportunity revenue forecast type was already available by default. Now we are adding a new forecast type. So here let me choose quantity. And once you choose that, perfect. Let's also choose the fields to display in the opportunity list. So here you can add appropriate fields here. And let me add the expected revenue. And let me also add the amount. Okay. So add in the necessary fields and then click perfect. So now you can see that we have added 2 forecast types, but you can add up to 4 forecast types. Perfect. So now we have added our forecast types. The next configuration that we need to do is about enabling the forecast adjustments. That we'll discuss in our next session. The next concept that we are going to talk about is how to configure the default forecast display. So what we have done till now, we have enabled forecast, yes, and we have added our forecast types. The forecast types that we have added are opportunity revenue and opportunity quantity. Perfect. And next, forecast adjustments and cumulative forecast rollups we'll discuss after we are done with this configuring default forecast display. We'll finish this and then we'll talk about these two. Now for configuring the default forecast display, first of all, what is this? This is actually the date range that you use for collaborative forecast. Say for example, when you are generating a forecast, you should specify for how long you need, right? Just like the weather forecast example, weather forecast, we check for the next 10 days, we check for the next month, right? We specify the time period for which we need the weather forecast. Similarly, here also for forecast, we need to specify the time period for which we need to see the forecast, for which we are interested to generate that forecast. So that we are setting it up here. The forecast period, we need to specify whether it is monthly or quarterly. So let me go with a monthly, and starting on. So from when to when you need this. So, let me, so it basically depends on when you want to display that time. So let me say from the current month to the 6 months. So this is what we define in our default forecast display. We display the forecast period, whether it is going to be monthly or quarterly, and when it should start, and for how long you need. Alright, so all these we specify here. So for these values, what will happen is when we generate our forecast, the forecast will show for how many months? It will show for 6 months. Alright, from the current month to 6 months. So the forecast will show for 6 months and the forecast period will be monthly. Alright, so you update this. Say for example, then automatically it will show for how long your forecast would be generated. Alright, so you can update it. Yeah. But for the time being, let me stay with 6 months. So this is how you configure your default forecast display. Now in this session, let's talk about enabling forecast adjustments. So let's go back to our forecast settings. This is our forecast settings that we have done till now. We have enabled the forecast, we have added forecast types, and we also set our default forecast display. So we have set it up for 6 months. Perfect. Now let's understand what is this concept of enabling forecast adjustments. So for understanding forecast adjustments, let's first talk about forecast. So what is a forecast? Forecast is actually an estimation. Alright, forecast is an estimation that is done based on the current data and the historical data from your org. Right, so based on the data that you have, the system would generate the forecast. So basically that is the system generated values, or maybe you can consider that as a report or however you call it. It is given by the system based on the data that you have and based on the criteria that you define. If you say amount, yes, amount. If you say revenue, yes, revenue. So based on the field that you define, the system would generate this forecast information based on the criteria and based on the data. Perfect. So that is how forecast is generated. And now if you enable forecast adjustments, what it means is on top of the report that is generated by the system, I wouldn't want to call it a report, or on top of the data, I can say the forecast data. So on top of the forecast data that is generated by the system, if you want to allow the managers to adjust the data, to update it, then you can enable this feature of manager adjustments. So you can see here, this manager adjustment means this will let the forecast manager adjust the amounts of their immediate subordinates and also the child territories. So if you enable the manager adjustments feature, then it would enable the managers to adjust the amount of their immediate subordinates. Alright, and enable owner adjustments meaning you can update your own forecast. So if you are the forecast owner, then if this option is enabled, then you can enable update your own forecast. Alright, so if you want to let users have that feature, then you can enable this. And if you do not want to give that feature to the users, do not check this, and users will not be able to update the forecast. But on top of it, even if you check these checkboxes, even in the profile section, in the users, we have override forecast. So only after that is enabled, users will be able to make the modification. So for a manager to update the forecast, this checkbox should be checked, plus the override forecast checkbox in his user detail page. So that also should be checked. Only then the manager will be able to update. And for owner adjustments, this checkbox has to be checked, plus the override forecast checkbox in the user detail page, that has to be checked for owners to adjust their own forecast. So both the options should be checked for making adjustments. So this is called as enabling forecast adjustments. Basically doing adjustments on the forecast that is generated by the system. But for the time being, let me not enable this. Alright, once we generate our forecast data, then we'll come back here, we'll enable this, and then we'll understand the difference. But for the time being, we have just understood what the concept of forecast adjustment is. In the next section, let's talk about enabling cumulative forecast rollups. The next concept that we are going to learn about in forecast is how to enable cumulative forecast rollups. So now that we are talking about forecast and how to do the various settings in forecast, we have enabled forecast, we have added up the forecast types, and we know what is forecast adjustments. We did not enable it though, but that's okay. We'll learn about this a little later. But we know the concept of enabling forecast adjustments. Perfect. Now let's talk about enabling cumulative forecast rollups. So what is this concept of cumulative forecast rollups? For that, first let's understand about forecast categories. So how do we generate forecast? Forecast is generated based on the data that we have from opportunities, right? So the data that we have in opportunities, we group that data depending upon the criteria, the time period, and the other settings that is mentioned. The system groups the data and gives us in the form of the forecast data. And that is how the forecast data is generated. So when this forecast data is generated, it depends on these forecast categories. We have 5 different types of forecast categories: pipeline, best case, commit, closed, and omitted. These are the 5 different types of forecast categories. The next question that we have in mind is, where do I set up all these forecast categories, right? I'm pretty sure that should be running in your mind now. So where do we go and set up these forecast categories? For that, go to the opportunity object, go to the opportunity fields, and specifically go to the opportunity stage field. So this is the opportunity stage field. Here we have the field information, and here we have the various stages that are there in the opportunity. And we very much understand the significance of these various stages. So every opportunity moves through the various stages to finally reach closed won or closed lost. So that is how it is defined. So for every opportunity stage, we have a forecast category defined. Alright, the values that we have here are default populated when we enabled forecast. But we can very much change these values. So every opportunity stage corresponds to a forecast category. So prospecting here corresponds to pipeline. Qualification corresponds to pipeline. So all these corresponds to pipeline. And closed won corresponds to closed, and closed lost means omitted. And do note one thing, that of all the 5 categories that we have, omitted, those opportunities with the forecast category as omitted will not be taken into account for generating forecast. Alright, so if there are any closed lost opportunities, that will not be considered for generating forecast. Alright, similarly, if you want other stages to be updated with a different value, yes, you can very much can. So say for example commit. So when you say commit, if negotiation and review, if I want to change it to commit, I click on the edit and here I can change it to commit. Now we can see the forecast category corresponding to the opportunity stage negotiation review is commit. Alright, so every stage would correspond to a forecast category, and you can also include all the other categories as well. Pipeline is there, commit is there, closed is there, omitted is there. Just best case is not here, so you can update one of the stage to best case, so you can very much see how the data has been rolled up in your forecast information. So perfect. So now that we have understood this concept of opportunity stage and how it is related to the forecast category, we are yet to understand one more important concept. That is how the values are being rolling up. So for forecast roll-ups, we have two different type of roll-ups. One is the individual roll-up, the other is the cumulative roll-up. Individual roll-up meaning pipeline opportunities correspond to pipeline forecast. Best case opportunities correspond to best case forecast. Commit corresponds to commit and closed corresponds to closed. Alright. So when you generate your forecast, in your forecast data, you will have all these pipeline, best case, commit and closed. So when you say, when the column name says pipeline, it means it has grouped all the opportunities with the forecast category as pipeline. And for this, all the opportunities with the forecast category as best case is grouped in best case. And for commit, all the opportunities with forecast category as commit is grouped as commit in your forecast data. Similarly for closed. Alright, so this is the individual roll-up. And if you select cumulative, if you want cumulative, it means pipeline, best case and commit. All opportunities with forecast category as pipeline or best case or commit, all these will be grouped and it will be shown as open pipeline in your forecast data or forecast report. And best case, commit, closed, all these opportunities will be grouped and it will be shown as best case forecast. Commit and closed will be shown as commit forecast and closed will be shown as closed only. Alright, and you can see that omitted is not here. As I mentioned earlier, opportunities with the forecast category as omitted will be omitted. It will not be included in the forecast generation. So this is the concept of forecast roll-ups, the individual roll-up and the cumulative roll-up. Well, I understand the concepts may be a little dry now, but once you start generating your forecast, then you can very much relate all these when you see your forecast data. So I would highly recommend that even after you generate your forecast data, you revisit all these so you can better relate them. Alright, but for now we are understanding the concepts before we actually get into generating our forecast report. So here, go back to your forecast settings. And the enable cumulative forecast is all about whether you want your roll-ups to be individual or cumulative. If you select this, it will be cumulative. If you do not select this, it will be individual. And here it gives you the information about all these. All these we very much discussed in detail. It talks about the forecast categories and how it is related to the opportunity stages. And it also gives this. Closed means only closed opportunities. Commit means commit and closed opportunities. So very much, the similar one that we discussed here, that is given here as well. But for the time being, let's not enable our cumulative forecast roll-ups. Let's keep it individual. But once we generate the forecast report, then we'll come back here, we'll change it to cumulative and see how our forecast data is updated. Alright, but for the time being, let me not check it, let me leave it as is. Awesome. So we are pretty much done with the forecast settings. We started with enabling the forecast, adding the forecast types, enabling forecast adjustments, and we understood about cumulative forecast roll-ups, and we have set up our default forecast display. Awesome. So now after we do all these, it's time to save our forecast settings. We also see show quotas, but this we'll discuss a little later after we generate our forecast. Alright, so let's not check it at this point of time. We'll discuss about this later. Now that we are done with our forecast settings, click on save and save your settings. Alright, and now that we have done the forecast settings, we have completely set up how the forecast has to be. What is the next step? We need to have users to use that forecast feature, right? So for enabling users to use forecast and to create forecast, we need to give them appropriate permissions. So for that, log into your developer org, go to setup users, go to the user definition page. There is a user detail page. Say for example, let's consider this user. Alright, so go to the user detail page and here you should see forecasting. So click on edit and here you should see forecasting. Here you see this checkbox allow forecasting. So only if this checkbox is checked, this user will be able to use forecast. Alright, so similarly do it for all the other users whom you want to make use of this forecast functionality. And once you are done, click on the save button. Perfect. Now we have enabled our users to use forecast. How did we do that? We went to the user detail page and enabled the forecast option. So those users can now use forecast. Awesome. Now that we have enabled users to use a forecast feature, the next important concept that we need to know about is using forecast hierarchy. So what is forecast hierarchy? Hierarchy, this term is actually pretty familiar to us. How? Because we already have role hierarchy in Salesforce, right? What is role hierarchy? Role hierarchy meaning all the users in that org, they are basically placed in a hierarchy depending upon the role. And this is completely up to the business how they define their roles. So all the users in the hierarchy, they have roles accordingly, and then based on the role, the hierarchy is set up. So that is called as a role hierarchy. And this role hierarchy very much impacts visibility. So we have already discussed in detail about all those. Perfect. So now that we know what the role hierarchy is, let's understand what is forecast hierarchy. So to understand about forecast hierarchy, go to setup, forecast, and there you will have forecast hierarchy. Go to forecast hierarchy and there you can access your forecast hierarchy information. So if you see here, this is the forecast hierarchy, and let me expand all. And the interesting thing that we see here is that the forecast hierarchy is completely based on the role hierarchy that you have in your system. So this role hierarchy and then this is the forecast hierarchy. And we see here that this forecast hierarchy is completely based on the role hierarchy. And also there is one interesting stuff here, that is that if the user has already got a role defined, then that user will automatically be added to the forecast hierarchy. So among the two users that I have in my org, only this user has got the role assigned. So that is why I am only able to see me. Now what let's do is, let's assign the role for the other user and then let's see if that user is automatically added to the forecast hierarchy. Now I have added the role. I have added the role as VP North American Sales. So now to see that, what you need to do is you need to click on enable users. And here you see that the user 2 is there. Alright. The difference is that the user 2 is not the manager here. So to assign the user as a manager, click on assign manager option and then enable this user as the forecast manager. Awesome. So this user is enabled as the forecast manager. So what is that we are trying to understand from this is the forecast hierarchy is automatically pulled from the role hierarchy. But just because a person is a manager and he has subordinates in role hierarchy, it doesn't mean that it will be automatically populated in your forecast hierarchy. You specifically need to go and set the manager. Only then he will be the manager and he will be able to view the forecast of his subordinates. So this is all about forecast hierarchy and how it relates to role hierarchy. Awesome. Now that we are done with enabling forecast, we are done with setting up all the forecast settings, we are done with setting up the users, we understood about the hierarchy, how role hierarchy and how forecast hierarchy is related, how they are similar, how they are different, right? So now that we understood everything, we are done with our setup. What next? The major portion of this concept, we have to go view and analyze our forecast. We have to see the end result, right? All right. So let's go to our developer edition and let's see how the forecast data is. In your developer edition, add forecast tab, add it and click on the tab. You would be able to see the forecast information. So here we are. The forecast information is all ready. So how do we read this? First of all, this is the forecast that is for me. Yes, perfect. And here you see the various months. And the total months is 6 months. Why is it showing 6 months? Because we have set the time period to 6 months. Let me also quickly go back to the forecast settings to show you exactly where we set it up. So we are here in the forecast settings. So how do we get here? Go to setup, forecast settings, and you are here. So this is where we did all our settings before. And where did we set the time period? The time period we set it here. Configure the default forecast display. The forecast period is monthly and starting on the current month to up to 6 months. Alright, so that is why the forecast data is showing 6 months. We see 6 months here, starting from the current month to the next 6 months. Similarly, if you want to change it, you can change it to quarterly, yes, and then it will show you the quarterly results accordingly. Perfect. So now this time period part, this is clear. And now let's check out the 4 different categories in forecast. What are the 4 different categories that we have? Closed, commit, best case, and pipeline. And as we already discussed, the omitted category is not included in the forecast. Perfect. Now, how do we read this? The way we read this is, say for example, for July month, alright, the total opportunity revenue in the pipeline is $0. Very sad. And its best case is also very sad. And the commit is $5,000. And then closed will be $0. So basically it is estimating for the future. And the estimation here is there is 110K opportunity revenue in the pipeline for the month of September. Alright, in the future, it is telling us that there will be 110K opportunity revenue in the pipeline in September after a couple months. Alright, so this is how we read the forecast. So we can see, alright, so what is our opportunity revenue that I might be able to close in August? What is the opportunity revenue I might be able to close in September? Because like we have no much data here in developer edition, it is all showing 00. But otherwise, yes, this will show pretty meaningful information. Alright, so now what we can do is we can change the opportunity values for a couple of opportunities so that, this shows better information. So we are here in the opportunity detail page. Just pick any opportunity. Here the close date is, okay, it's a different date. And then the stage is closed one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this opportunity and then I'm going to update the close date. Alright, so let me say, okay, but do note that we do not do this in real time, right? This opportunity is already closed one and why would you want to update the close date, right? We do not do this, but just for the purpose of understanding the concept of forecast because we need some data, I've done it this way. Alright, and here again being a system admin, I've got the permissions to update the close date, but otherwise generally no. The opportunity once closed becomes read only and you may not be able to update it. Alright, so now what is that we have changed is the close date we have set it to October, a couple months later. Alright, and now what we are going to do is we are going to go again and check how the forecast is. Now we are back here in a forecast and let me refresh this page. And after I refresh this page, you can see that the closed amount has been updated for the month of October, right? Why? Because there is an opportunity which has got the close date in October and the total amount is 120K. Alright, and that opportunity is in closed won stage, and that is why it is appearing in closed forecast category. Because we know how the categories are segregated. All opportunities with the forecast category pipeline show up here. And all opportunities with the forecast category best case show up here. Similarly, all opportunities with the forecast category closed shows here. And which all opportunity will have the forecast category as closed? That we already defined it in the opportunity stages. We have defined which stage maps to which forecast category. So closed won maps to closed forecast category. So since that opportunity is closed won, it falls here. Now for another trial purpose, let me add one more for November and let's see whether it is getting updated. It is currently $0. I have picked this opportunity again. This is just a random opportunity. The close date is somewhere in the last year. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the close date and I'm going to check if it falls in the forecast category closed. So let's update the close date here. I have updated the close date here. I have updated it to November. And now let's see how it is impacting our forecast. So here we are in forecast, and as such if you see for November it is showing 0. Now I'm going to refresh this page, so it should automatically pick in the opportunity that we just updated. And once I refresh the page, as you can see here, it is showing the amount, the opportunity amount that is to be closed in November. Alright, and this is just one opportunity. Say for example, when you click on that, it will show which opportunity actually contributes to this particular thing. Alright, otherwise like you'll also see it, like you'll have the expand thing here, and once you expand that, you can see what are all the opportunities listed at the bottom. Alright, so that UI, you will get it that way. Basically in Lightning experience. So if you click on here, October, so this will show you the opportunity basically that is contributing to this particular closed category. And here, like, because of the data, we just have only one opportunity. But in real time, you would have multiple opportunities, right? So the value that is populated here would be the sum of all the amount of the opportunities that will be closed in October. And here, this will show the sum of the amount of all the opportunities that will close in November. Alright, so the total sum will be displayed here. Even I can show that to you real quick. So this is 120K. So what we are going to do is we are going to add one more opportunity to the same October month, and we are going to check how this amount is getting updated. So we are here again in the opportunity detail page. I have picked one other opportunity that will close in October, and the amount is 15,000. So what should happen? Ideally 15,000 should get added here. So it is now 120K. It should get updated to 135K. Alright, so refresh the page and check it out. I refresh the page and it is showing 135K. And when you click on 135K, it is showing all the opportunities which all added up to form this number. Alright, so as I mentioned earlier, like you may also have that expand thing here, and you can see which are all the opportunities that got summed up to form this number 135K. So on seeing this forecast information, the business would know, like, alright, so we are going to close 135K in October. That's pretty good. We are going to close 220K in November. That is pretty good. And, they may see, like, why there is nothing in best case, or, why not much in pipeline as well. So where is the gap? So where we need to pay more attention. Right? So this forecast information will give you basically the information for the future based on the revenue or based on the quantity. And this helps you to understand better about your business and about your sales. Perfect. So now that we are clear with this table, we are clear with how the information is getting populated, and we also know how business can take advantage of this information, how they can use it for improving their business and fill in the gaps, if any. Right, so this table is clear, and also we know that once you click on the particular amount, the system will show us the opportunities that all summed up to give that amount. So that part is also clear. So the next thing that we need to see here is the opportunity revenue. The opportunity revenue, and the other option that we have is opportunity quantity. Why is that we have these two options here? Because these are the forecast types that we defined earlier. So let's quickly go to the forecast settings and see how we set it up. Here is the forecast settings. So go to setup forecast settings and you would see it here. And we understood about forecast types. We can have up to forecast types. In fact, when we discussed about forecast types, we discussed about the several forecast types that we can have. Among that, we can add up to 4 forecast types for this particular org. And the forecast types that we chose was opportunity revenue and opportunity quantity. So we want our forecast data to be based on opportunity revenue or opportunity quantity. Right? So these are the 2 forecast types that we have set it up. That is the reason we are seeing only those 2 options out here, opportunity revenue and opportunity quantity. And the one that you see here is opportunity revenue. And if you want to see your forecast based on opportunity quantity, you can change it accordingly. And all the details here would be based on the quantity information. Say, for example, it is showing 0, right? And here, let me go for this. And among the 2 opportunities, like the one opportunity has quantity 1, so it's just showing that 1 unit. Okay? Because, we do not have data, this might not look meaningful, but otherwise in real time, when we have real data, this makes a lot of sense. So this is how you switch between the forecast types. And the opportunity revenue, it is in US dollars, but if you have multiple currencies enabled, you can also see that in those appropriate currencies. Perfect. Now, while analyzing this forecast data that we have, now we need to understand about a couple more settings. The first setting that we are going to understand about is about forecast adjustments. So we are here in forecast settings and we spoke about forecast adjustments. So what is forecast adjustments? Forecast adjustments enables the manager and the forecast owner to make adjustments to the forecast, right? But we did not enable that feature. That is why currently we will not be able to update the forecast. Like say, for example, are we able to update this? No, not at all, right? We are not able to update this. We can only view that. Now let's go ahead and enable adjustments and let's see how it behaves. So we are back here in forecast settings and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable the adjustments. Enable manager adjustments and enable owner adjustments. Manager adjustment, enabling that will enable a manager to update the forecast report for his subordinates and owner can do it for their own forecast reports. Alright, so I have enabled both, but for this feature to work, for this feature of forecast adjustments to work, it is not sufficient that we just enable it here. We should also enable it in the profiles. In profiles, we should enable override forecast. Only then we will be able to make forecast adjustments. So for all those users for whom you need to enable adjustments, go to the user's respective profile and enable this override forecast. In this org, currently I am a system administrator, so we know that by default it will be enabled for a system administrator, but I just wanted to quickly show that to you. So if you can see here, the override forecast is enabled by default. Why? Because I am a system administrator, but system administrator is always an exception. So for all the other users for whom you want to enable this forecast adjustments, you need to go to that user's respective profile and you need to enable this option. So once you enable this option, then the user will be able to modify the forecast. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have enabled adjustments in the forecast settings and we have also enabled it. Basically, it is enabled by default. So this is also enabled. Now let's go back to our forecast and see whether we are able to update the forecast information. So we are back here in the forecast data. So let me quickly refresh the page. And once I refresh the page, I'm able to see this. Enter adjustment. Alright, so here let me say it is 100. Okay, perfect. And now like you see this, the adjustment is done and it is now $100. And there is a warning as well here. So what is that? It says that it is processing. Alright, so it is processing and once it is finalized, like it will go off. Alright, that is what is mentioned here, saying it is processing the changes. So this is how we use that adjustment feature to adjust our forecast information. Perfect. So now that we have learnt about adjustments, the other concept that we would like to see is about using the cumulative rollups. So while we did our forecast settings, we understood about cumulative rollups. What is cumulative rollups? This is the rollup that we have here is the individual rollup. The pipeline opportunities, go to the pipeline category. The best case opportunities, go to the best case. The commit opportunities, they go to commit. It's pretty straightforward. And what is cumulative? Cumulative meaning, as mentioned in the forecast settings, the pipeline, the open pipeline will have pipeline plus best case plus commit opportunities. Alright, and it will be named as open pipeline. Currently in individual, it is just pipeline, and then it will be named as open pipeline, and it will include all the opportunities with the category in pipeline, best case and commit. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are going to enable this cumulative roll-ups, and then let me go ahead and save it. And once you save it, we'll go to the forecast and check the updates. And when I'm changing it to cumulative, I'm giving a warning message. The system wants me to ensure that what I'm doing is what really I want to do. Alright, so because we are changing the adjustments and that would really change the data. So yes, I understand. And then change. Perfect. We are here in the forecast tab. Now let me refresh this page again. Woohoo, you see this information here? Now it is open pipeline, best case forecast, commit forecast and closed only. Previously it was the individual, that is pipeline, best case, commit and closed, and now it is cumulative roll-ups. And why is this information out here? Because it is under processing. It is still processing those changes. So this is the reason I told you when we were initially learning about the concepts that after we analyze the forecast information, we might want to revisit the concepts that we did earlier. Alright, because initially when we learned the concepts, we just learned the concepts. But now we are able to relate the concepts that we studied earlier and to the actual forecast information that we have. Awesome. So pretty much we have covered everything out here. We know what's all this. We understood about this information that is here in front of us, and we also understood about the opportunities. The one other setting that I would like to show you is about the quotas. So here quotas are as such not enabled. So let me enable that and save it. We are back here in the forecast page. Let me refresh this page real quick. You also see the quota information out here. Basically, there is no data defined as such, so that is why we are not able to see any quota information, but otherwise we would see this quota information. So quota, when we say quota, what is the meaning of quota? Quota meaning the target that is set for the sales rep. So how much he needs to close in a particular month. So that is called as the quota. That is a target that they work towards too. So because there is no information out here, we are not seeing any information, but once you set up this data, you will be able to see this information as well. Even though we do not have any data, I thought it would be nice to show you so that we know that we have this feature here in forecast. And when you have data here, like this will show you like what is the percentage of quota that you have completed. Say for example, the quota is here it is like 135. The quota is like 200. So it would say like close to like 60% is completed, right? So it near here it would show you like 60%. All right. So the percent of quota that is completed, so that will show here. But because we have no data here, it is as such not showing anything. So this is all about forecast. How we view and analyze our forecast and how we can use it for improving our business and sales. Now let's understand how to create a new case in Salesforce. Actually, when we talk about creating new cases, there are multiple ways of creating cases in Salesforce. You can create manually. You can use the option of web to case. You can use the option of email to case. You can call support agents so they can create a case on your behalf. So there are multiple ways of creating cases. Now let's understand how to manually create a case in Salesforce. So log into your Salesforce developer org. Add the cases tab if it's not there already. So let me quickly add the cases tab here. Awesome. So the cases tab is right here. And let's go ahead and create our first case. Here, click on new to raise a case. So generally cases for any support purpose or if for reporting any issues as such. Fill in the details as per your requirement. So if you want to tag a contact or an account, yes, you can do that accordingly. Say for example, if the case is with respect to a specific account, then look for that account and that add that respective account and also contact and type and case reason. So these are the pick list fields that we have. which you can very much configure them accordingly as per your requirements. You can add values, delete values, you can rename existing values according to that. So here the type is like what kind of the issue that you're facing. Is that case related to some electrical issue or electronic issue? What issue is that? But as mentioned earlier, like this may not be applicable for other business processes, so configure them accordingly. So let me say electronic and the case reason. What is the case reason? Is there any breakdown or is there any shutdown or is there any performance issue? What is that exactly that you're facing? Alright. And what is the case? And the status. Status is the new status. Yes, we are creating a new case. And priority. Priority also you can set it accordingly. And what is the case origin? Like, you're directly logging in to raise a case or through phone or through email. Like, how is that it is being raised? Alright. And on top of it, you can also give product information, potential liability. But these fields, these are not restricted to these fields what you see here. You can very much create new fields and add new fields to the page layout as it suits your business requirements. Of course, yes, right? Same set of fields will not suffice for every business process out there. So you can add or remove fields as per your business process. So you can choose a product and you can give the subject and the detailed description of that case. The ones that I have given here is the sample subject and the sample description. Alright, I'm just saying that some of the components are not working, so I have raised a case for that. And once you are done creating the case, here you have options to assign using active assignment rules and send email notification to the contact. Alright, so assign using active assignment rules like we'll be discussing in the further videos. Alright, but yes, I would like to assign this case using the assignment rules, and based on that it will get assigned appropriately to the appropriate person or the queue. So I want to use that, so I'm checking this option. And if you want to send an email notification to the contact, you can use this option as well. And once you are done giving all the details, hit save. There is an error message here which says there is alright. Yeah. So basically there are no case assignment rules, active assignment rules as such defined in the system. So as of now, we'll not be able to use this functionality. But later point of time when we create an active case assignment rule, then you can use this option. Alright. So yes, save. Perfect. We have created our first case. Awesome. Now let's discuss about email to case. So what is email to case? Email to case is one of the options that the customer has to create a case in Salesforce. And how would they create a case in Salesforce? By sending an email to a predefined address. So by sending an email to a predefined address, what happens is automatically a case gets created in Salesforce. And this is one of the functionality that we give to the customers so they can easily create cases in Salesforce. Awesome. Now let's understand about this functionality email to case and also the other functionality that is on-demand email to case and how they differ from each other. Among these two settings that Salesforce offers for email to case functionality, both these settings in which a customer can create a case in Salesforce by sending out an email to a predefined address, and also if the customer responds to an existing case, then it will attach the email to that existing case only and not create a new case. In fact, this functionality is present in both these settings, both email to case and on-demand email to case. But the difference is that first is the installation of software. In email to case, it requires downloading and installing email to case agent behind your company firewall. But in on-demand email to case, we do not need any additional softwares other than we have to just enable that functionality. That's it. And the second difference is about the attachment size. Email to case, we can send emails with attachments more than 25 MB. However, in on-demand email to case, we can send attachments only less than 25 MB. And then the other difference is about the email client. In email to case, it requires at least one account that supports UMAP protocol. So there are some specifications out there. But on-demand email to case, it works with pretty much any type of email client. So these are some of the major differences between these settings. And now in this tutorial, let's understand how to use this on-demand email to case functionality. So let's first log into our developer org, go to setup and search in setup for email to case. So the very first step is to enable this functionality, email to case. And yes, you see some pretty good information out here. As I always say, please do not check this checkbox because it would be really nice to go through these every time you use this functionality. So hit continue. Alright, now let's enable email to case. The various case settings are out here, and yes, you have some information out here. Please go through them. Now let's go ahead and enable the functionality. So click on edit. Alright, and you see email to case functionality is not enabled now. And also the on-demand service, even that is not enabled. So what we are going to do is we are going to enable email to case. So enable the functionality, enable on-demand service as well, and save the settings. Perfect. Now we have enabled email to case settings. What next? The next step is to do the configuration settings. So scroll down the page and here you would see routing addresses. So here click on routing addresses, click on the new button. We need to set up a new routing name, email address and all the other details. As you see here, I have filled in the details. So the routing name we can give, because this is mostly of a customer support, I have given ABC customer support. ABC is the company name. So you can give your company name and you can say customer support. And then the email address. The email address in general would be like, we often encounter this in real time. People say that please reach out to our customer support at info@bankofamerica.com or support at somecompany.com, right? So like that we get email addresses from companies, from service-based companies or from product-based companies. Similarly, so that email address you need to give here. So what the customer will do is, if they want to raise a case with you, they will just send out an email to this email address. And when they send out an email to this email address, automatically a case will be created in Salesforce. And once a case gets created, it's very easy for us to track the case appropriately. So this is that email address. But this is for our learning purpose. So I have just given my own personal email address, but that's okay. We can just use it for a learning purpose, but otherwise in real time, this will be the customer support email address. Perfect. And now you can say the case origin. Yes, it is email. So set it as email. And then once we are done with all the settings, save. Okay, the email routing address will not be activated until it is verified, and we need to verify the email address. Alright. Okay, perfect. Now Salesforce.com has automatically created the following email service address. So this is the email service, this long email service address. This is the one that Salesforce has created it for us. And this will be activated only after we verify the email, the auto-generated email that is sent to this particular email ID. So whichever email ID you have given here, log into that email and then you would have got a verification email. So click on that verify button. This is the system generated email that I got from Salesforce. Click on the link to verify that. Okay. Awesome. We have now successfully enabled our email to case functionality. So let's go back to the settings. The settings is here. So now what should the customer do? The customer should send an email to the email address that will automatically create a case. So which is the email address that the customer should send the case to? Sorry, the email. This one. This email service address. So this is the address that we need to give to the customer. And if they send an email to this email address, then automatically it will create a case in Salesforce. But look at this email address. This is pretty long, right? And this doesn't look realistic. You cannot give this big email address to a customer to ask them to send an email. Of course, we have to be practical. So there is one more step that we need to do in order to avoid this. What we can do is, you can have your customer email address, whichever email address. So that email address, you need to do the settings in such a way that whatever email is sent to that email address, it will be automatically forwarded to this email service address. And doing so, what will happen is customer will send an email to this email address, and we have set automatic forwarding to this email service address. So that will create a case in Salesforce. Alright, but now for the time being, what you can do is, you can use this long email address. You can send a test mail to this long email address and you can see whether case is getting created. Yes, of course, case will get created. And after that, you can do the settings and then set up the forwarding accordingly. Alright, so that first testing part, I leave it to you. Please do it yourself. And now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to change the settings of my personal email so that email gets forwarded to email service address. This is a Gmail address that I have given. So I'm going to go to Gmail settings and I'm going to update that. But depending upon whichever client you are using, update your settings accordingly. So in the settings, add a forwarding address here. Go to settings. There you should be able to see this option for forwarding address. So click on this forwarding address and enter a new forwarding email address. And what this address should be? This should be the long email service address that you have. So I have given that email service address that Salesforce generated it for me and hit next. And then in the settings, it asked me for a verification code that it sent to this long email service address, but we do not have access to this long email service address, right? So how did I pick that verification code? That verification code was sent to this address, which automatically created a case in Salesforce. So I logged in, we are already logged into the developer org. So go to cases. There would be a new case created for today. So go to that case that will have that confirmation code and give that confirmation code. The settings is done. Save the changes. Now for testing purpose, for testing this functionality, what I did was I sent a test email to the email address that we just configured. And once you send an email to that email address, automatically a case gets created in Salesforce. And which is the case? This is the case. This is the one that I just sent. And you can see that this case has got created successfully. Testing email to case functionality. Alright, the various details of the case, you see it here. And also the description is here. This description is basically the email subject. Alright, so it works perfect. This is how we use email to case functionality. Because we cannot have multiple channels wherein we are having information, right? If customer is sending an email, then how do we keep track of those emails? So there will be multiple emails. So when sending an email, if automatically a case is created in Salesforce, it will be much easier for us to track and very efficient for us to respond to the customer as well. We can know how many cases are raised in a particular day and we can know in what status the case is. After a case comes to Salesforce, it becomes much easier to track the case rather than having it in emails. So that is the main use of this functionality, and this we very much use in real time, email to case. And this is how we configure that. The next concept that we are going to learn in this section of case management is case assignment rules. So what is case assignment rules? Case assignment rules, as the name says, it is assignment of the cases. So whenever a case newly gets created in the system, generally like what happens, or ideally like what should happen, when a case is created, the appropriate team should work on that case and resolve the case, right? So that is the whole expectation of the process. But this concept of case assignment rules helps us to do this process much more efficiently. How can we do this process efficiently? Because, there will be like hundreds, thousands of cases or even more cases that are being raised every day, depending upon how large the business is. And there will be like several teams working on the cases, right? Because that again depends on the business, how large they are. And depending upon the number of employees, depending upon the customers, depending upon the locations, right? There are several factors that attributes to the number of cases that are being raised every day. So they might have a worldwide business, right? They might have customers all over the world from several sectors. So we don't know. So that again depends on the business. So the number of cases, the customers, everything is an attribute here. Everything is a variable. So how do we handle those cases efficiently? So this concept of case assignment rules automatically assigns cases to the respective teams. Say for example, there might be several teams working on respective products. The business might have more than one product, say for example 10 products, and they have 10 different support teams which looks into the cases for those specific products. So when a case is raised with respect to product 1, automatically the case should be assigned to the product 1 support team. And if a case is raised for product 2, automatically the case should be assigned to product 2 support team. So there is absolutely no time delay here in assigning the case to the appropriate team, right? So that time is largely cut down. That further brings out the efficiency. So this automatic assignment helps in assigning those cases appropriately to those specific teams automatically. It is a scheduled process. And how does it get assigned automatically? It depends on the criteria that you define. So when we are defining case assignment rules, we define certain criteria. Like based on those criteria, those cases will get assigned automatically to the appropriate users or the appropriate queues. So this is this whole concept of case assignment rules. Now let's understand how to create case assignment rule in Salesforce. So go to your developer org and in setup, look for case assignment rules. So under cases, you will have the option of case assignment rules. And as you see here, there is only one standard rule that is out here. So now let's create our own case assignment rule. Click on new. Here it gives you a rule name. And yes, okay, when we talk about this active button, there can be only one case assignment rule that can be active at a given point of time. You can have multiple assignment rules in your system, but at a given point of time, there can be only one active case assignment rule. Alright, similar to lead assignment rules actually. So given an appropriate rule name, I have given the rule name as support case assignment and I've made it active. Alright, save. Perfect. And now you see, when we activated the support case assignment, automatically the standard rule that was existing, that is no longer active. Meaning at a given point of time, there can be only one active case assignment rule. Alright, but just that we have just created a rule as such, we haven't added any rule entries. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create entries in Salesforce. So click on new to create a new rule entry. And the first criteria that we need to define. So what is the first criteria? The criteria can be based on multiple factors. It can be based on location, it can be based on a product, right? Or it can be based on multiple criteria together. Okay, so the criteria, there is absolutely no limit here. The criteria is totally dependent on the business process and how you want to assign your cases appropriately. And also you have a sort order here. So sort order, let me say 1. So the criteria will get evaluated based on the sort order. So the first sort order is what that we are going to create. And let me say, let me give the reason as case reason. We can say case reason. We can say equals and it's a pick list. And we can say breakdown. Alright. So here, if the case reason is breakdown, I want to assign it to a specific team. Okay. And here when we are assigning, we can assign it to a user or we can assign it to some queues. So cases can be assigned to either users or either queues, similar to lead assignment rules. So here, I doubt if we may have any queues as such in the system. We do not have queues, but the concept of queues, how to create queues, how to use queues, everything we have successfully discussed in our basic admin course. So you can go and refer to that. But here, for the time being, as we do not have any queues as such, let me just assign it to user. And we just have a couple users. So let me just assign it to the particular user. And then if you have any email templates, yes, you can attach the email templates accordingly. And then optionally, you can also select some predefined case teams if you want to add any predefined case teams. Yes. Alright, so once you are done giving all these details, click on save. our first rule entry will be saved. So now that you see the first rule entry is saved, this is the first criteria, meaning case reason equals breakdown. Now I'm going to create my second rule entry. So here the sort order will be 2, meaning that this will be evaluated second. And here the field, let me say the case reason is equals performance, say for example. Alright, and here we do not have queues or users. So let me just assign it to me again. And here the same criteria, save. Why I created multiple rule entries is that I just wanted to stress the importance of the sort order. When a case gets created, the sort order number 1, that will be evaluated first. So the case reason equals breakdown. And the case will be automatically assigned to that appropriate user or queue, whoever you have defined in this case entry. So rule number 2 will not even be evaluated if rule number 1 is satisfied. Alright, so when you have multiple case entries, what happens is it goes one by one, and then if it hits, say for example, the fourth rule entry is satisfied, then the system will not go ahead and check 5, 6, 7. Alright, when the fourth rule entry is satisfied, automatically the case will be assigned to the appropriate user or queue and it stops there. The whole process stops there. Alright, it wouldn't go to check 5, 6, 7. So that is the importance of having this sort order here. Perfect. Now we have successfully created our first case assignment rule. And as I mentioned earlier, there can be only one active case assignment rule at a given point of time. Perfect. So it's time to test it. So how do we test it? For testing purpose, what we can do is we can raise a case as the second user, that is a test user. And once we raise a case as the test user, automatically it should get assigned to Archana Rajendran, that is the case user, the case whom it should get automatically assigned to as per the case assignment rule. I have logged in as user 2 now. Go to cases. Let me create a new case. And the case reason is performance. Alright. So I have created that new case. Alright. The case origin. Also choose this option if you want to assign this using active assignment rules. Yes, I want to assign this automatically using the active assignment rules. And once you are done giving that, save. Perfect. The case got created successfully, and now you can see the case owner is not the user 2, but the case owner is this. The case owner is me. And how is this case owner is me? It is because in the case assignment rules, I have given the criteria saying that if the case reason is performance, then automatically assign it to this particular user. Alright, and here you can have queues as well. So this is how we use a case assignment rules to automatically assign cases to the respective users or queues. The next concept that we are going to talk about in case management is case escalation rules. In the previous lecture, we understood about case assignment rules. So what is case assignment rules? Case assignment rules is a concept wherein whenever a case gets created, it automatically gets assigned to the appropriate user or appropriate queue based on the criteria that we define. So that was case assignment rules. And when it gets fired, when a case gets created, right? Now we are going to talk about case escalation rules, meaning the case is now created, yes, but what about the case is resolved or not? So when it takes time for a particular case, and if it is in unresolved status for certain hours, then these case escalation rules will fire. So basically escalating the cases to an appropriate user or queue depending upon the time period that we set. By doing so, we can ensure that no case remains unresolved and all the cases are handled efficiently in the system. This concept is called as case escalation rules. Now let's go to our developer org and understand how to configure and use this case escalation rules. We are in our developer edition org, and before we go ahead and configure our case escalation rules, I would like to show you a couple of components that I have created already. One is about the field that I created in the accounts object. So in the accounts object, I have created a new field, and that is called as support plan. And as you can see here, it is a pick list and it has a few values out here: basic, premium, priority. Alright, so this is a custom field that I have created in the accounts object. And the other component that I created is queues, that you can see under manage users, queues. I have created a queue called as priority queue. Alright, and there is only one user out here and that is me. So this is a queue that I have created. Perfect. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create case escalation rules. So go to setup, look for escalation rules, case escalation rules. And there you see, as such, we do not have any case escalation rules. So let me create a new one. Given a rule name, I have given the rule name as support case escalation and I have made it active. And similar to assignment rules, at a given point of time, there can be only one case escalation rule that can be active in the system. You can create many, yes, but at a given point of time, only one can be active in the system. So support case escalation, yes. Now, let's go ahead and add our rule entries. So if you follow this case escalation rules, you can see that the way we configure that, it is pretty similar to our assignment rules, right? The flow of creating and configuring this is pretty similar to what we had in our assignment rules. Alright. And now let's create the rule entries. Click on new. And here again, we need to give in the sort order. The importance of sort order is that it will get in that order of execution. And define your criteria. So let me say that the account status, let me choose account status plan, the support plan, that equals priority. So now if you are wondering like what this field is all about, this is the concept that even in real time, like we face in many places. Say, for example, like whenever they offer, whenever some products offer membership, they offer multiple kinds of membership. The basic plan, the advanced plan, or the premium plan. You know, they have variety of membership plans, and they say the basic plan comes with these features, and the premium plan comes with these many features, and the priority is the best plan that they may have with so many features, right? Many products, they offer different plans. So similarly here we have created a custom field called a support plan that stores actually like what kind of support that we give for that particular account. Alright, so there are many accounts that we do business with, and the support plan may differ from account to account. Alright, and that support plan, we are storing it in a field called as the support plan field, and that equals priority. Alright, so meaning that it is a priority account. Alright, so priority account, we can say that the case needs to be notified if it is not resolved by 24 hours. Alright, or maybe even lesser, like 10 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, like depending upon how your business model is. Because it is a priority account, you know, the case needs to be resolved within a certain period of time. Alright, so this is the business requirement that we are working with. So the account support plan, I'm saying equals priority. That is for priority accounts. And next, let's talk about this business hours. So business hours, we can define business hours. We can define many different business hours in our system. And that business hours, we can have it as a criteria here. So we can say ignore the business hours. Or we can say use the business hours specified on the case. While creating a case, we can specify which business hours to pick in. So that will be used basically accordingly for calculating the time period. Or you can set your own business hours specifically. Let me say use business hours specified on the case. And while creating a case, we'll also see like how to set up a business hours. Alright. For the time being, I'm choosing this option and specify how escalation times are set. Yeah, so this is when we say that the 3 hours or the 10 hours, like whatever time period that we set in, whether it is from the time the case is created, or it is when the time the case is created and it was first modified and then disabled, or maybe that time period should be calculated from the last modification time. Alright, so when we say if it is last modification time, it means the business requirement is such that if the case is not updated after 4 hours, then escalate. In that scenario, we have to choose a third option. In this option, if the case is not resolved after 10 hours, then escalate. Alright, so it depends upon the business scenario. You have to choose the options accordingly. So here let me go with the cases created, save, perfect. So our first rule entry is defined for this particular escalation rule. So we have defined our rule entry. Similarly, we can create multiple rule entries out here. Alright, and it will follow the sort order. Perfect. Now that we have created our rule entry, what is the next step? Alright, so when we create a case for this particular account, and that is support plan equals priority, then what has to happen? So that we need to define in our escalation actions. So for every rule entry in our escalation rule, we need to define escalation actions. So let me create my escalation action here for that rule entry. First, we need to specify the time criteria. So after how many hours this escalation rule should fire. Alright, this particular criteria should be checked. Let me say, as this is for priority accounts, let me say for after 10 hours. Alright, and then what are all the actions that you want to take place? The first option is auto reassign cases. So in this scenario, what would happen is that case would be automatically reassigned to this particular user or queue. Alright, here also you have the option of reassigning to a specific user or reassigning to a specific queue. So this may be possible like, in scenarios where you have specifically like priority queues, wherein there is a team of people who works on priority cases. Alright, so you can assign to that queue. And for this purpose specifically, I created that priority queue. So let me assign that priority queue here. And then you can also have a notification template. Yes, of course, you have to have a notification template which specifically says that this is a priority case and this has been reassigned to the team. Alright, but right now we do not have any templates, but very much how to create email templates, how to use them, we have discussed in detail in our basic admin course. So please check it out, and you can create email templates accordingly and you can attach them here. That option is very much here. And then notify user. And if you want to specifically notify a user, maybe you need to specify, you need to notify the manager or the director, like whoever. Alright, if you want to notify some user, you have that option here again. And you want to notify the case owner. You want to notify the case owner. So these are all the various options that are available out here. And if you have any additional emails that you need to, you would like to notify, you can add them as well here. And here, like I've given notification templates. So let me just, before finishing it, let me add appropriate notification templates and notify the user. Okay. Alright, so given the values accordingly, and once you are done giving all the values, click on save. Alright, so you have defined your escalation actions as well. Awesome. So what we have done now, we have created our case escalation rule, and in that we have one rule entry, and in that rule entry we have defined our escalation actions. So this is all that we have done. Alright, we have created the rule, we have created a rule entry, and we have defined all our escalation actions, and we have activated the rule. Perfect. So it is time to test it out. And before testing this out, I would like to show you that how I configured these business hours. So go to setup, go for business hours. There you can create a new business hours. Alright, so click on new business hours. And then you can define your business hours accordingly. The main concept of having these business hours is like when a case gets created within a specific period of time, only then you want you want only those time to be considered. Right? You have specific business hours and you stick on to those business hours. So the case escalation rules also, they will follow these business hours. So when you say 4 hours, it will follow these business hours accordingly. Alright. So here you can define like a specific business time, or you can say your company business hours. Alright, you can do that and then choose the time. So choose the time, let me say Eastern time. Okay, and then here also you can choose the hours. Say for example Sunday. Alright, Sunday, like if it is not a working day, you can take it off. And Saturday, if it is not a working day, you can remove it. And then if you are specific about some business hours on some days, yeah, you can define business hours accordingly. All right. These are just sample data that I'm showing you, and that differs again from company to company. So I'm just defined like this accordingly. So I have created business hours. I've made it active, and then I have defined the hours for all the days. All right. So everything is done. Click on save. So you have defined the business hours for your organization specifically. And these business hours, you can use it while you're creating cases. And you can have multiple business hours as well. Because if the company is spread across, multiple locations with different time zones, yeah, you can have different time zones as well. So now let's go to cases. Let's create a new case. And here, okay, so the account is there. We did not set the account support plan. Sorry about that. We'll go to accounts and then choose any account. Say, for example, this particular account. All right. And let's choose the support plan of this account. So let me say the support plan is priority because the rule entry that we have created is for priority. So I'm just going to test it out. Yeah. Okay. And now let's go back to cases. Let me create a new case. Let me choose the account as the same account. Okay. And then a type. All right. Okay. Give appropriate subject and description. This is just a sample data that I'm giving here. Save. Okay. The case is now successfully created. So now ideally what should happen, because this case is created now and we already have an escalation rule in place which says that after 10 hours the case is created, then the escalation actions should happen, right? So that is how we have configured that. So for monitoring all those actions, what you can do is go to setup, go for escalation, monitor case escalations, just click on search. Yeah, so do you see that here? So you see that there is an escalation rule that has been fired and the escalation action is 10 hours and 0 minutes. And when this will happen? It will happen after 10 hours. All right? And after 10 hours is this particular date and time. So after 10 hours, if you see, then all those case escalation rules that will get fired, and then the email would get sent based on the email notification template. The owner would be notified. All the case escalation actions that we have defined, all those actions will be triggered. Alright, but within that period of time, if the case is resolved, then this case escalation rule entry here, whatever we see here, this will go off. This will be removed. Alright, so this is how the whole concept of case escalation works. So you define a rule, and then within the rule you have multiple rule entries. You also have a sort order, and for every rule entry you can define escalation actions. Here we have defined only one rule entry. Similarly, you can also create multiple rule entries. You can add actions to that. Alright, and then you can give that time period of time. Say for example, here we have defined it as 10 hours. Instead, like you can just have it 1 hour, and after 1 hour you can check if all the escalation actions, if they have triggered appropriately. Alright, so the whole concept of escalation rules is for escalating a case that is remaining unresolved in the system. So by having these escalation rules in place, we can be sure that no case remains unresolved for a longer period of time. Thereby, we can efficiently manage our support cases in the system. So customer is happy, obviously we are happy, and the business is happy. Alright, so this is the whole concept of having escalation rules in Salesforce. Awesome. In this section, we are going to talk about entitlement management. This is our next topic that we are going to discuss under Service Cloud applications. Perfect. So what is entitlement management? Entitlement management, it provides the correct support to the customer that he is entitled to. As the name says, it is managing the entitlement. So it helps in providing the correct support to the customer that he is entitled to. Because every customer is different. They purchase different products. They purchase different plans. Right? So every customer is entitled to a different level of support. It may not be unique across all the customers. So in those scenarios, we go for entitlement management. So this helps in providing the correct support to the customers. And also when support agent is being called for some issue or for some troubleshooting, how would the support agent know that like what the customer is eligible for? Right? So all those we define in entitlement management. These entitlements, it will help the support agents to find whether the customer is eligible for support or not. And if he is eligible, what is the level of support that the customer is eligible for? So when we define an entitlement process, we design it in such a way that we specify what are all the steps, what are all the actions that the support team needs to complete to resolve the cases. So all this, everything we define and we configure in entitlement management. And when we are talking about entitlement management, the important concept that we need to know is the entitlement model. What are all the various entitlement models that are available for us? As you see here, there are 3 types of entitlement models. Entitlements only, entitlement with service contracts, and entitlements with service contracts and contract line items. Let's go one by one. The first option is entitlements only. This is actually the simplest model. And the entitlements only, this one you can relate it to some product that you buy. So say for example, you purchase a product. Alright, so when you call up their customer care, of course they give you details about the product. So this is just kind of some warranty that comes with the product by default. And it is not any specific service contract that you have, additionally purchased or anything. It is just that the simple ones that comes with the product, something like a warranty. That is entitlements only. So in this process, there is no concept of renewal as such, because these entitlements, they are not purchased by your customers. They are just bundled with the products. As I mentioned, just warranties. So there is no concept of service contracts or anything like that here, and you don't need to manage any service contracts and entitlements. It is just plain entitlements. Perfect. Next is entitlement with service contracts. Here, the support agents, they will determine whether a particular customer, they are eligible for support based on their service contract. Unlike entitlements only, where it is based on the account contact or at the asset level. But here, in the second model, that is entitlement per service contracts, it is based on their service contract. Unlike the first option, entitlements only, where it comes by default, in this option, the second option, entitlement plus service contracts, here entitlements are specifically purchased by the customers. And these are a part of a service contract. And when we talk about a service contract, these are customers' entitlements, these service contracts, these entitlements are basically renewed at the contract level. So maybe with a different time period, they are on a particular time period, they get renewed. So that is the concept of entitlement plus service contracts. The last option is entitlement plus service contracts plus contract line items. This is actually the most complex option of all. In this particular model, the support agents will determine whether a customer is eligible for support based on the products that are covered in the service contract. Already you got it? Just not the service contract, but the products that are covered in the service contract. So that is about this third model. And here the entitlements, maybe like we can have a third-party system, and we can integrate with a third-party system, maybe a ERP or a different system. And entitlements are created and updated through that third-party system. And in Salesforce, we use Salesforce basically for customer support and also for managing our customers' service contracts. And the warranties and the subscriptions or other support products, all those will appear as line items on the sales orders basically. So that is how the whole model is. So here, as I mentioned, like we may use any third-party system and integrate with that for enabling this model. And but the customer support will be done from Salesforce directly using the customer service contracts. And the contract line items would be those are the warranties or the subscriptions or the other support products. So those will be the contract line items over there. So these are the 3 different entitlement models available, and depending upon how the business processes, you choose the model accordingly. Awesome. Now that we have had a good idea about the entitlement model, now let's talk about what are all the various steps that we need to do for setting up a successful entitlement process in our system. So these are the 4 major steps that we need to perform for configuring an entitlement process. The first step is creating a milestone. Then comes creating an entitlement process. The third major step would be to add the milestone that we already created to the entitlement process. And then we should also add milestone actions. That is the fourth step. Let me just give a quick high-level understanding about all these four steps now, and we'll discuss in detail about all these in our upcoming sections. So first is creating a milestone. So what is a milestone? Milestone, generally what do we say as a milestone? Milestone we can say an event or a stage in a particular process, right? To mark a particular completion of a task. So that is called as a milestone. So first we need to create milestones. That is the first step in setting up our entitlement process. So the milestones, creating milestones is required in entitlement process. So here in Salesforce, they represent some service levels. Maybe like you can say a first response or giving a resolution or a suggested workaround for a problem. All these are defined as milestones. And while setting up an entitlement process, we can define up to 10 milestones for an entitlement process. And this may be recurring. Yeah, we can configure that accordingly, or we can configure in such a way that they occur only once. And these milestones are attached to time triggers to ensure that the cases are resolved correctly on time. And while we create an entitlement process, we define what's the name of the process, what's the type of the process, and when the case enters the process, whether it is based on the case creation date or if it is a different criteria, and when the case exits the process. When the case is closed, or again if it comes with a different criteria, and if it follows business hours. So all those we define in our entitlement process. Basically the whole design we do it in our entitlement process. And then the third step is to add the milestone that we already created in step 1 to the entitlement process. Now that the process is ready, next step is to add the milestone to it. Perfect. And once we add the milestones, finally we add the milestone actions. So what are all the actions that need to take place? Say for example, sending email notification. Alright. So those are kind of the milestone actions that we can add. So these are the major 4 steps that we need to do for setting up an entitlement process. And all these in detail we'll be discussing in our upcoming sessions. Awesome. So now we have got a good understanding about entitlement management, the various models, and what are all the various steps that we need to do to successfully enable and use entitlement management. Now let's go ahead, log into our developer org and enable entitlement management so that we can go further steps. So for enabling the feature of entitlement management, go to setup, look for entitlement settings. That would be under entitlement management. So go for it. And here you see this option of entitlement management and enabling it. Check the checkbox for enabling that option. And just not that, here you have the other details as well. What is entitlement management? How to set it up? And there are some awesome guides given out here by Salesforce to help you with the setup and help you understand more about the concept. So please do check it out. That will be definitely helpful when you do hands-on and when you understand this concept. So once you click on enabling the checkbox, save. Awesome. We have successfully enabled entitlement management now. Now we have to do the remaining settings. So let's go one by one. First is enabling entitlement versioning. Yes, enable this checkbox, enable this option. So what this option is all about is enabling entitlement versioning, meaning versioning of entitlement, right? So as the name says, so you can have multiple versions of an entitlement process even when it is active. So for that feature, have that checkbox on, but know that once you enable your entitlement versioning, you can't disable that. Alright, so note that it is also mentioned here, but definitely I would suggest you to enable this option because this comes very handy when you want multiple entitlements for the same criteria. Alright, so rather than consuming so much of time and energy in creating new one, you can create multiple versions of that very easily if you have this option enabled. But note that when you have this option enabled and when you create new versions, you can add new milestones to the existing entitlement process? Yes. But for the existing ones, for the existing milestones, you cannot update that. But if the existing milestones for the entitlement process is not active, then that can be edited basically. Alright. So you can create new ones, and the existing ones that are not active, you can edit that. But if the existing ones are active, then you can edit that. So this is about that option, entitlement versioning. Enable that option, check this checkbox. The next option is about entitlement related lookup filters on the case fields. So basically when you create a case and when you want to attach that case to a specific entitlement process, you look for all the entitlements that are already existing in your system. And in that lookup, we are basically setting this to have some specifications on the lookup filters. So here this option limit the entitlement lookup field to only return entitlements with active status, same account on the case, same asset on the case, same contact on the case. So that makes very much sense, right? We would like to attach only entitlements that are active and also with respect to the account or the asset or the contact. So have these enabled. Yeah. And if you want in the asset lookup field, then you can have these options enabled. But in this specific tutorial, we'll be talking about cases. So I have just activated these 4. And then enabling the milestone feed items. So if you enable this option, the milestones will be visible in the feed view of your case, whichever case that you have created and you have attached that. In that case, in the feed view, the milestones would be visible. So yes, I want to enable that option. And then show the time remaining in actual hours, not the business. So if you want to have it in actual hours, yes, but let's go with the business hours. So let me not enable this option for now. And then this milestone time settings. This option, milestone time settings, I would like to enable that. By enabling this option, what happens is we'll have 2 additional fields on the supported objects, basically the cases, contacts, accounts. What these 2 fields are is basically the actual elapsed time, this field, and also the stopped time field. So maybe because of some roadblock, if the support agent, if they are not able to perform or complete a milestone, then what is the stopped time and what is the actual elapsed time because of that. So these fields and the values will be visible and it will automatically be added to the page layouts. So yes, we would need those fields. So for that, I'm enabling this option as well. Alright. So basically what we have done now, we have enabled entitlement management. And we have also done the respective settings for entitlement management. Awesome. We know what are all these settings and we have enabled them accordingly. Cool. Now that we have enabled entitlement management, let's do a couple more settings before we actually get into the process. The first setting is add the entitlements here. So let me add. All right. Okay. Save. Perfect. Alright, we have added entitlements. The other settings that I would like you to do is adding some of the fields, these entitlement related fields, to the cases layout. So just go to cases, go to the fields here. You should see entitlement related fields out here, as you see here. First, let's set the field level security for these fields. As you see here, it is not visible to any of the profiles as such. So let's make it visible for all the profiles as of now. But do remember that you would make it visible only for those profiles as per your business, how you have defined your profiles. But for the time being, I'm just giving it to all the profiles. Similarly, do it for the other fields as such. Entitlement process end date, end time, start time, milestone status icon, stopped since. So do for all these fields as such. So for all these fields, enable the field level security, make it visible for all the profiles and add it to your case layout. Awesome. So what I have done now is I have changed the field level security for all the entitlement related fields and I have added them to the case layout as you can see here. Cool. The next step what we are going to do is we are going to go to the respective objects like accounts, contacts, assets, and I'm going to add the entitlement related list to those objects. Alright, so just do that for your respective objects. Let me quickly go to accounts and let me add that. Go for editing the layout. You see the entitlements related list. Add it out. Awesome. So when you add it to the accounts page layout, it tells the support agent that any contacts on the account, whether they are eligible for support. Similarly, you can do it for contacts, you can do it on assets, you can do it on products, add those entitlement templates related to the product page layouts. These entitlement templates will help you to define the terms and conditions of the support that the support users can add to the products specifically. Alright. So similarly, do it for contacts, assets and products. Add the entitlement related list and then go for cases, and in cases, add cases milestone. Look for the related list, case milestones. Awesome. That also we have added it out here. You can see case milestones here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to go to a case milestones object, and there we are going to add a couple related fields. So go for case milestones. And here let me add a couple related fields. The actual elapsed time, the actual elapsed time hours, the actual elapsed time in minutes, and the target response, target remaining. So these are some of the fields that we would need. So add all those to the layout here. So yeah, I am done adding all those fields to the layout. You can see I have added the actual elapsed time in days, hours and minutes, and then the elapsed time, the target response, the time remaining in days and minutes. So all these I have added to the case milestone layout. Alright, so once you are done, save. Perfect. Save all the settings. Cool. Now that we have done all the related settings with respect to enabling entitlement management, in the next session, let's go ahead and understand how to create a milestone entitlement process, and then we'll go on from there. Alright, and now that we have enabled entitlement management and we have also done the necessary appropriate settings for that, what is the first step? The first step is to create a milestone, right? So that's what when we discussed about an introduction to entitlement management, we discussed the 4 major steps that we need to do for setting up an entitlement process. And in that, the first step is creating a milestone. So when we say milestone, what is a milestone? Milestone is basically a target, or you can say a stage in the whole process. We very much use milestone in our real time, right? We say like the milestone is to do so many tasks. All right, so that is my milestone. In a similar fashion, like we have milestone here as well. So the milestone refers to a particular stage in the process wherein we complete that. We reach that milestone by completing some specific task. So that is a milestone. So in entitlement process, we create milestones and we attach them to the entitlement process. And then the support agent, they work on completing those milestones, attaining those milestones. Alright. So first step is to create a milestone. For creating a milestone, go to Salesforce developer org and look for milestones. There are no new milestones as such. Alright, let's create our first milestone here. And here the name you can give something like initial response, or as you see here, some case resolution times. So you can say you can create one like a resolution time. Right, so you can create that and also give a proper description for that. And the recurrence type, whether it is a recurring or whether it is a single task, the independent task. Alright, so choose that accordingly. Here let's choose no recurrence, and let me also give an appropriate name and description. Awesome. So here I have given the name and description and the recurrence type as no recurrence. So no recurrence meaning the milestone will occur only once on the record. Alright, but depending on the scenario, you can choose independent or sequential also. So independent meaning this milestone will occur whenever the milestone criteria is met on the record. Alright, so whenever it is met, that milestone will occur. That is the independent recurrence type. And sequential meaning it will occur repeatedly whenever the milestone criteria is met. Alright, so repeated actions. So that is called as sequential. But for the time being, I'm just choosing as no recurrence. Alright, save. Perfect. We have created our first milestone record. Now let me also go ahead and create a second milestone record, and this maybe you can create it for some time. Say for example, this is a resolution time, or you can choose a response time. Alright, so it all depends on how we are configuring it. Let me choose the resolution time, fill in the details. This is not an appropriate description as such, so give appropriate description so that it makes sense to what we have actually creating, and then a name and the recurrence type. Again, let me go with a no recurrence and save. Awesome. So basically we have created 2 milestone records here. In the next session, let's create an entitlement process and we can attach these milestones to our entitlement process. Alright, so now that we have successfully created the milestones, the next step is to create an entitlement process. Right, so that is what the various major steps that we have learned in setting up an entitlement process. The step 1 is done, creating milestone. Now we are into step 2, that is creating an entitlement process. So go to your developer org, go to setup, look for entitlement processes. You should be able to see that under entitlement management. Go to entitlement processes. As we see, there are no entitlement processes out here. Please go through this. And yeah, even here it mentions that before you create a process, create milestones. And we have already created our milestones. Perfect. So click on new entitlement process. And here the process type, choose case, go next. Alright, given the various details of our entitlement process. Say for example, you are creating a process for premium support. Alright, so in that case, the process name would be premium support. And here I'll give a proper description of that particular process. So once you create this process, basically setting up this entitlement process, it will give your support agents a timeline of all the steps that they need to do while resolving support cases. Alright, so this will define what is the timeline and what are all the tasks that they need to do while resolving their support cases. So, let's say like premium support. So when a case enters this entitlement process, that is premium support, automatically all those related actions and the timelines will be shown. So support agents need to meet their milestones. So give a proper appropriate process name and description. Active, I would say let's not activate it at this point of time. Let's activate it when we add milestone actions. So do not activate it. And version notes, if you have any specific version notes, if this is the first version, yeah, just say that this is the first version. And if it's an updated version, say that what are all the changes that you have done for the updated version. So that is basically version notes. And then you can specify like the case enters the process. Yeah. So when a case is created, automatically will it fall into this entitlement process, or if there is any specific custom date time field. Alright. So when it on case creation, or if it is based on a custom date time field. Similarly, when the case will exit the process, when the case is closed or based on some custom criteria. Right. So these are some advanced options that we have. Yeah. Can give that. And entitlement process business hours. Yeah, if you want this process to follow some specific business hours that you have already defined, then yeah, go for it. Otherwise, just leave it blank. Alright, so fill in the details here. I've just given the name and the description. Give an appropriate detailed description. Alright, and once you are done with this, save. Awesome. So we have created our entitlement process. And as we see, it is still not active. And you also see milestones here, the entitlement and support record update rules. Alright, but you do not see as such any records here. Let's add milestones to the entitlement process. And that is going to be our next step. Alright, so now that we have created this entitlement process, let's add milestones to it. The milestones we have already created in step 1. And that how to add, let's look into the next session. Alright, now that we have created milestones, we have created our entitlement process. The next step is to add the milestone to our entitlement process. That is step 3. Alright, so now let's understand how to do this step 3. Go to your developer org. Go to the entitlement process that we created in step 2. This is our entitlement process. Awesome. And here under milestones, let's create a new milestone. And here first we need to give the milestone name. The milestone name, we will already see options based on the milestones that we already created. So let me give initial response here. And then next the time trigger. So time trigger here, it means the time that the support agents have to complete this milestone, to reach this milestone, to complete the actions. So here let me say for the initial response 15 minutes. Alright, so the support agents have 15 minutes to reach this milestone. And then enable Apex class for the time trigger. Let's not check it at the moment, because this option we generally use when we want to calculate the time trigger dynamically. Here like it is a constant, right, 15 minutes. But instead if we want to calculate this time trigger dynamically, then we go for that Apex class option. But here let's keep it constant. And then the start time. The start time, let's select entitlement process. Yeah, we want to start when the entitlement process starts. And the order in which it has to be performed. So this is our first milestone that we are creating. So let me have it as 1. And then the field. Yeah, so basically here we need to define the criteria. The criteria, in which criteria the cases should go for this entitlement process. So the criteria can be based on many factors. One is, you can say, the case reason. Based on the case reason, it has to go through an entitlement process, or the case source. Like there can be like basically multiple criteria, and you can also have multiple criteria grouped into one. However, the business requirements as you have. But here for learning purpose, let me choose any, say for example, the case reason. So the case reason, let me say, if it's equipment complexity. Alright. Otherwise, you can have a custom field that defines what type of case it is, whether it is a high priority case or it's a low priority case. You can have that way also. Alright, so it depends on a case field. Awesome. So now we have successfully created our first milestone. In a similar fashion, we can create our next milestone as such. Alright, so here the order will be 2. And the milestone name, let's choose the same milestone name. That is the initial response. And the time trigger, let's have it a different time trigger, because it depends on the criteria. Say for example, in the previous milestone, we chose the case reason to be, I think we chose the case reason to be equipment complexity. Now let's choose it like feedback. Alright, so if that is the case reason, then the time trigger, let me say 30 minutes. Alright, save, perfect. So similarly, like you can have multiple milestones defined. Here we have chosen the milestone to be initial response, but we also have one other milestone like the resolution time. So create more milestones with that resolution time as well. Alright, and complete your entitlement process. So now that we have defined the entitlement process and we have also created milestones, we have added those milestones to our entitlement process as well. Awesome. So what is our next step in our configuring entitlement process? Step 1 is done, creating milestone. Creating an entitlement process is done. Adding milestone to the entitlement process is done. And then the final step is to add milestone actions before we activate our entitlement process. So let's work on this, adding milestone actions in our next session. Alright, we are into the final step of configuring entitlement management. So as a part of the configuration, we created milestones and then we created an entitlement process. We added the milestones to our entitlement process, right? In fact, like we created a couple more milestones and we added them to the entitlement process. And the final step is to add the milestone actions. Basically, milestone actions define the actions that need to take place when a particular milestone is reached. Say, for example, you attach this entitlement process to a case. So what happens when it goes through the various stages? We need to define what are all the various milestone actions that need to take place when a particular milestone is reached. Say, for example, like we created a milestone and we defined it as number 1. And we set the criteria to be case reason as, if I remember right, it was breakdown complexity. Alright, so that was a case reason that we set. So when we create a case with that specific case reason, then when it goes through this entitlement process, what are all the various milestone actions that need to take place? So that we need to define it here. And when we are talking about milestone actions, I would like to mention about the three different type of milestone actions that we have. One is success actions, next is warning actions, and the third is violation actions. And as the name says, success actions. So these actions will trigger when the milestone is completed successfully. Alright, success actions. Perfect. Next is warning actions. Warning actions, these actions will fire when the milestone is almost about to be violated. Meaning it was not completed. Alright, it is just almost there. So that is warning actions. Violation actions meaning these actions will fire when the milestone is not completed. So basically violation actions. So these are the three different type of milestone actions that we have. Now that we have got a good understanding about milestone actions and the different type of milestone actions, what we are going to do is we are going to go to our developer org and we are going to create these milestone actions. So go to setup. Look for the entitlement process that we created in our previous step. So this is our entitlement process. Go to the entitlement process. Here is a detail page. And here we have the milestones. Right? We have these milestones already defined. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add milestone actions to these milestones. Alright? So here you see there are no actions as such defined here. Success actions, warning actions, violation actions. We have no actions as such defined here. So now we are going to add new milestone actions to these milestones, to these already existing milestones. So let's create a success action. And similar to workflow rules, if you recollect workflow rules, we can have a new task created, new email alerts, new field updates, and new outbound message. Right? So these are the four options that we have while creating workflow rules, workflow rule actions specifically. Similarly, here also you can have these options out here and you can define what are all the actions that need to take place as success actions. So as success actions, if you want a new task to be assigned, yeah, you can. And if you want a new email alerts to be sent across, very much you can. Field updates, if you have any fields which should automatically change the status to success or completed, in that case you can have field updates. Or if you want to send any outbound messages as such, you can use this option. Alright, so yeah, you can create. So let me create a new email alert here. I fill in the details. As you see here, I have given the description, I have given a unique name. And email template, basically this is not the appropriate email template because I do not have appropriate email templates for this specific scenario. So I have just taken a test email template. Alright, but you very much know how to create email templates. So create email templates, appropriate email templates, and attach them accordingly. And here recipients, I have chosen the case owner because whenever a milestone is successfully attained, then here the success action that we are defining is to notify the case owner. So here, yes, notify the case owner. All right. And then once all the settings is done, save. Perfect. So we have defined our success action. Now let's define our warning actions. So for warning actions, let's first add a time trigger. All right. Because when we say warning action, we need to specifically say at what time is considered as warning. 1 minute before that or 2 minutes before that, like what is the warning time as such? Alright, so let me say minutes and let me say 5 minutes. Alright, or maybe 10 minutes. So that is the warning action. So the agents will be notified 10 minutes before the milestone expires. Alright, so we have first added our time trigger here. Perfect. And then now we need to add workflow actions. Again, like you have all the specific options out here. Here also like we can have a new email alert. Alright, we can fill in the details accordingly. And here as a warning action, I have specified notify the case owner and also notify the account owner. So I have added both of them here. Awesome. Alright. So let me correct this. There was a space. So that's why it errored out. Awesome. So we have defined our warning action. And these actions, it will notify the support agent 10 minutes or the time trigger basically 10 minutes before the milestone expires. And violation actions. Violation actions, again, we need to define a time trigger. In our case, I would say like as soon as the milestone is expired, then it is violated, right? So let's say just 0 minutes. 0 minutes after the initial response. So 0 minutes meaning like once the milestone is expired, automatically it is violated. But yeah, if depending on the business process, if you want to give some grace time, yes, you can. And then you have to update the time trigger accordingly. And here again, you have to add the workflow actions. So here if you want to specify, specifically notify some other owners out here, yes, you can. Or some specific users, yes, you can. So configure that accordingly. Fill in the details here. I've given the account owner and the case owner. Save. Alright, so we have successfully defined our violation action as well. Alright, so like what we have done to the milestones, we have added milestone actions. We have defined our success actions, warning actions, and our violation actions as well. Cool. We have come a long way in this. So now that the entire setup, the configuration is done, the last step that is pending is to activate our entitlement process, right? It is pending to be activated. Right now it is inactive. Let's go ahead and activate that. And how to activate that and how to test it out, we'll look into the next session. Thank you. Awesome, awesome. We are almost there. We have completely configured our entitlement process. And we created one, we added the milestones to that. We are 100% done with the configuration. It is time to activate our entitlement process now. So what we are going to do is go to entitlement process. Alright. So here is the process that we created. Yes. And now let's activate it. As you can see here, it is currently not activated. Alright. So now let's go ahead and activate it. Alright, our entitlement process is active and we have those milestones here defined. Like at 15 minutes and at 30 minutes, we have 2 milestones defined here. So that is represented here. And we have the milestones, we have defined our milestone actions. It's pretty perfect, right? Now that we are done with this configuration, you can go ahead and test this out. So for testing, what you can do is we have created this entitlement process. So what you can do is you can create an entitlement for an account or the contact or the asset and associate your entitlement process to it. Alright. So what would happen is from the second time onwards, creating a case from that entitlement, it will automatically apply your premium support entitlement process. So it means that, the support agents, they will start seeing that resolution time counting down. And also the appropriate milestone actions that we defined, those actions will fire accordingly. If it is succeeded, then the success actions. Under warning actions. And violation actions will get fired. And depending upon the case owner, the user that you have tagged as the case owner, the user that you have tagged as the account owner, those users will get the email notifications accordingly, how you have defined it. So that part, whether you are getting those email notification, just try it out. You should be able to get that. So this is the whole concept of entitlement in Salesforce. Awesome. In this session, we are going to talk about Service Console apps. So what are Service Console apps and how it is different from the regular apps? Service Console apps, especially we use them whenever we work in a fast-paced work environments. That is when we exactly use Service Console apps. Like say for example, we call up some customer care. Alright, so when we call up some customer care, the customer care executive needs access to many of our records to give an appropriate solution. Say for example, when we call, he needs to verify, first of all, if we have an appropriate account with the business. And then he needs to verify if the person who is calling is the appropriate contact that is registered with them. And then he needs to check what are all the various cases that has been raised by that person and what are all the solutions that has been offered to him till day and what is the current issue that he is facing. right? So there are so many records that a customer service representative needs to access to appropriately give a solution to the customer who is calling. Correct. So at that given point of time, when a customer is on the phone, it is not possible for him to go to each and every record in the app and check it accordingly. Like go to a contact record and then go to the accounts tab, go to the accounts record, right? And go to the cases tab and go to the cases record. So all these, it is possible, yes, but it is so much of time consuming. With a customer on call, it is not efficient, can search for records. So in those scenarios, Service Console apps comes for rescue. This is a solution to efficiently manage multiple records in a single screen, so that, it reduces the time spent by clicking, scrolling through, a quick find, updating records, creating new records. So when there are multiple activities happening, the Service Console apps comes for rescue because it is an efficient way of managing multiple records in a single screen. So this console app, it is very perfect for sales and service people because these support agents, they use multiple applications at once and they work on multiple records. So this console app is very much suitable for sales and the service people. So as administrators, we can completely customize the console in such a way that it perfectly suits the needs of the support agents. We can have navigation tabs, we can have highlights panel, we can have interaction logs, so that the customer service agents, they can do multiple activities at the same time in a same screen. So now let's go to our developer org and let's see and understand how to configure the Service Console app. Now for configuring the Service Console app, we are going to learn it in two ways. One, we are going to create our own Service Console custom app. Alright, we are going to create that and we are going to configure that and we are going to understand how to use that functionality. The other way of learning it is using the sample console that is already given by default by Salesforce. Alright, so we'll start with creating our own console app and then we'll do all the configurations. And towards the end of this tutorial, I'll show you how to use the sample console which is already given by Salesforce. Alright. So to create our own Service Console app, look for apps. Generally, whenever we create apps, we go for this first option, that is a custom app, right? So all the apps that we create, they are custom apps. Now we'll go for the console app. So go for this console app option, click on next, give an app label, app name and a proper description. I would highly recommend you to give a appropriate, meaningful description and not like this. And this is just for testing purpose. So I have just given it like that. Alright. You can choose an image. Okay. And now you need to choose the various objects that you want to be as part of your app. Basically, the concept of app is that, right? App is a collection of tabs so that you can access those specific records. So here also, now that we have created our console app, let's choose the tabs that need to be a part of that app. So here, let me go for accounts. Let me go for contacts. And let me choose opportunities. And then maybe cases. Okay, so cases is already here. Okay, perfect. So once you have chosen all the tabs that you want to be in your console app, hit next. Alright. So here, this is also an important feature of Service Console app. The concept of having the primary tabs and the sub-tabs. Primary tab represents the parent object or the parent record and sub-tab represents the related records. So thereby it gives a better UI for the support agents to work on multiple records at the same time. So accounts, contacts, opportunities and cases. Let me say cases. I want to have it as a sub-tab of accounts. Alright. You can configure that accordingly. You can also add your custom objects here. Of course, yes. We have built custom objects. We have also built the relationships between them. So you are very much welcome to add your custom objects so that you can learn more from that. Alright. Next. Awesome. And this is about profiles. The concept of profiles we have discussed in detail in the previous sessions. So I'm not going into that in detail. So you can choose the profiles for which you need to give access to this Service Console app. For the time being, I'm just giving it only for system administrator. Save. Perfect. Our first app is ready. There is a My Service Console app and this is the custom app as you see here. Awesome. So now what we need to do? We need to go and access our My Service Console app. You should be able to see it here. Alright, go for it. Perfect. This is the Service Console app that we just created. And here you should be able to see all the tabs that we added. If you remember, we added only 4 tabs. That is the reason we are able to see only the 4 tabs out here. So here we have contacts. If you choose any contact, then it will load in a different workspace. And say for example, if you choose contacts, sorry, it was accounts earlier. Contacts, it again loads in a separate workspace. So you can access the contact, you can access the account, you can access the contact, and if you want an opportunity. Alright, work on an opportunity. So you can see, you can access multiple records from multiple objects in a same screen, in different workspaces. So it makes it faster, right? And this is not possible in our custom app. We don't have this kind of a UI there. Now that we know about these workspaces, let's try to configure it a little more. Alright, here go to edit layout. Yes, and here you have the layout properties. So if you have 2 options, highlights panel and the interaction log, go for it. Click OK. Awesome. And now you have this highlights panel here. So configure this highlights panel. And in highlights panel, basically it shows at the top of the page and it shows the important information out there. So choose the first block and choose the top field. Say for example, account name and then the active status. So these fields depends on the business, which are all the fields that they use maximum when they handle a customer support care. Account site, account owner, billing address. Alright. So these are the fields that I want in my highlights panel. Let me save it. Now if you choose any account here, you should be able to see the highlights panel. And as you can see the highlights panel, it shows the important fields that we want. So just on seeing this record, the support agent would know what are all the various details, and these are the details which is configured as per his need. Right? So these are the important fields that a support person needs while answering to a call from a customer. So based on that, we have configured that. So that is the use of this highlights panel. And here you see at the bottom there is an interaction log. So, he can create new logs here. He can enter the notes and the subject, he can put in a subject. Alright, so these are all the various functionalities that he can do in a single screen. So this is about creating our own custom console app. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this tutorial, we also have a standard console app that is given by Salesforce. We can work on that as well. Let me now show you how to use that standard console app. Go to Sales. Go to Setup. Look for Apps. And here you must see the sample console app. As you see here, it is a console app. Alright, so that is why this is checked. And the other console app that we have here is the one that we just created, that is a custom one. And this is a standard one as we see here. So the sample console app, go here, check out if you are able to see that. You don't see the sample console app, meaning we do not have permissions to access that app. So go to profiles, look for your profile, the profile that is attached to the user, and give permissions to that user. So here it is the system administrator profile. So let me go to that profile. I'm sorry about that. And here give access to the sample console app. So where is the sample console app? Here it is. Alright. I've made it visible to the system administrator profile. Similarly, make it visible to all the other users as well. Now you should be able to see the sample console app. This is the one. Awesome. Do you see that? Alright, so the one that we created was the custom app. And this is the standard app which is already out there. So let me go back. Let me show you how to customize that. So in setup, again go for apps. Look for the sample console app here. And here you must be able to see all the settings out here. Click on edit. And here it should give you the details. The available items. Alright, so you can add or remove items as per the requirement. The heading colors if you want to add some colors out here. And how the records should display as a primary tab or as a sub tab. How you want it to be defined. And then the list placement. Yeah, whether if you want to have it at the top or at the left. Alright, so all the details are out here. So basically you can entirely customize this app. So this app is the standard app that is already available given by Salesforce. So you can customize and use it. Or otherwise, you can also create the custom console app just as we did in the tutorial. Here you have profiles and you can give appropriate permissions and you can use it accordingly. Alright, so these are the two different ways how you can use the console app and how you can configure it in such a way that support agents can make the best use of it by accessing multiple records, multiple fields, multiple data at a given point of time and answer customer calls efficiently. In the previous session, we understood about creating our custom Salesforce console app. Right, we created our own console app, the custom one, and we also understood how to use the standard console app that is already available and how to customize that. So all that we discussed in our previous tutorial. Now we are going to understand about a concept which is called as the agent console tab. The main difference between the app and this tab is that the previous app that we learnt about, that is an app basically, right? We created a new console app. And this one we are talking about is a console tab. It is basically a tab which is a combination of the list views that we have from several different objects. That is the main difference. Because when we say a tab, we already have tabs in our app, right? We already have many tabs. We have tabs for accounts. We have tabs for opportunities. We have tabs for custom objects. We have several different tabs. And how does this console tab differ from the other tabs that we have? Because console tab is grouping different records from several other object tabs. So in a single console tab, you can access your account records, you can access your contact records, you can access your opportunity records. So basically it is grouping the list views from the other Salesforce tabs that we have. Alright, so this specialized form of display, this is called as the agent console. So now let's go to our developer org and let's understand how to configure this agent console tab. So for configuring this agent console tab, there are 4 major steps. The first is creating console layout. Second is assigning console layout to respective profiles. Third is defining the mini console view. And then fourth is defining the mini page layouts. Alright, so let's go one by one. First is creating the console layout. So for creating the console layout, go to profiles. Go to the system administrator profile. And here you should have console settings. You should be able to see that. Alright, so this console layout, click on edit. Alright, so now that it is saying that we do not have a console layout defined. So what is the first step? The first step is to define the console layout. So go for it. Alright, give a console layout name. You can have it the company name and console layout. So click save. Perfect. So the console layout is created now. The second step is to add the list views. Which are all the list views that you need in your console layout, you need to add them. And by default we have activities. Let me take off activities. Instead let me just have accounts, contacts, opportunities and cases. You can also add any custom objects that you may have. Save. Perfect. Now we have added all the list views to it. Now that we have added all the list views and the console tab is ready, let's try to access our console tabs. So go to all tabs and here you must be seeing console tab. Click on console tab. Alright, so here we see we getting an error. What is the error? Insufficient privileges. Basically we do not have access to this console tab. So let's go give appropriate permissions to this console tab so we can access that. So again, go to the profiles. Let's give access to this tab. Go to the system administrator profile because that is my profile. And under console layout, here you need to give the access to those layouts. Alright, so go here, and this is the ABC console layout. That is a layout that we just created. Alright, and let me have a default on. Perfect. Now that we have given access privileges, so we should be able to access our console tab here. Awesome. So now we are able to access this console tab. So here if you see, you have all the objects listed out here. So which are all these objects? Those objects, basically the list views of those objects which we selected while configuring this tab, right? So these are the 4 objects that we selected, and for every object you would have the same list views that you have. Alright, so understand one thing, be it the service console app that we created in our previous tutorial, or be it the agent console tab that we are talking about in this current tutorial, only the UI we are changing it. Alright, so there is no change in the underlying data, there is no change in the underlying data model, there is no change in the fields or the layouts. Alright, just the look and feel of how the data is appearing, only that we are configuring it. Alright, so the same list views what you have for the accounts object, only the same list views like you will have it here as well. And there is not going to be any change in the data as such. So here if you see, like you have all the accounts available here. Yeah, and if you click on an account, you are able to see all the details of the account. And then you also have the related list out here, the various related records of that account. And then here you have the option of creating new records, create new, and then the recent items that you worked on. And you also have the search here. Right, so these are all the various options that we have out here. So what is that we have done now? We have created the console layout and we have assigned the console layout to respective profiles. Yes, we did for system administrator. In a similar fashion, you need to do it for the other profiles as well. And now we need to define our mini console view. Alright, so now let's understand what's the mini console view and how to define that. So for understanding this mini console view, what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit some parent account for this. Say for example, this is a parent account. Alright. So once you add that, now you are seeing a mini console view here. Right, so the one that you see here, this is called as a mini console view. So mini console view gives out the details of the parent record. Say for example, this is an account, right? And here you have the related child records out here which you are able to see. And what about the parent records then? The parent records, yeah, and if you want to see, you want to click this and then go to that specific parent account, and only then you would be able to see the parent account related details, right? But here, this is another view which you have, which you can configure in the same screen so that you can access details about that parent account as well. Alright, and this being a standard object, this has come by default, this mini console view. But otherwise, for custom objects, you need to explicitly set it, only then you will have this mini console view. Say for example, go to edit layout. And here, you would have this option of mini console view. Do you see it here? Yes. So there you have this parent account by default. So this one, it will list down the various objects that are the parent of this particular object. So for account, we have parent account. That is why parent account is listed here. And this being a standard object, this parent account is here by default. But for custom objects, it may not be there and you need to explicitly add it. Say for example, let me remove it and show that to you. Save it. Okay. Save. Perfect. And the mini console view is gone. Why? Because you removed it from the layout, right? So let me add it again. Go back to mini console view. Let me add the parent account. All right. Okay. Save. Now let me choose an account which has got a parent account. Okay, none of this has got details. Let me just quickly add one. Alright. You have it here. Alright, so this is the mini console view. And now it is showing me only the account name and the parent account. But what if I want to access more details about this parent account? In that scenario, you need to configure that in the mini page layouts, and that is our fourth step. Alright, so defining mini console view is done, and now defining mini page layouts. So for configuring mini page layouts, we are in the layouts already. Go to mini page layouts, and there you see the account name and the parent account, only these are added. Alright, now if you want to add more fields, you can add the account owner, account site, active, alright, billing address, okay. And you also have the option of adding related list. So let me also have a couple of related list, any opportunities, any cases. Okay, save. Alright, there is no parent account here. So let me quickly add a parent account. Okay, alright. So this is the mini console view that you see. So can you understand the difference between the regular page that we have and this service console, the tab that we have? So here you access the account, yeah, and then it is already giving you the list of accounts. So you can easily scroll down. You can access accounts. And then in accounts, you see the detail page. You see all the details with respect to the account. You see all its related records, the child records. On top of it, you also have a view. And that gives you the details about the parent record. And not only that, it also gives you the details about the parent record and its related records. Alright, so many different objects, relationships we are seeing in a single screen. So this is the main advantage of having this console tab. And this is in the right side, and you can also have, yeah, this is the left sidebar. You have the recent items out here. So the one at the top that you see, this is called as the list view. And here what you see, that is called as the sidebar. And at the center, what you see, that is the detail view. It basically gives the detail page of that record. And the one at the right that we just configured, that is the mini view. Alright. So just for a pictorial representation, you can have this for reference. This one is the list view, sidebar, detail view, and the mini view. So this is how you configure the agent console tab, and you can give it to your support agents so that they can efficiently work on multiple records from multiple objects and do multiple activities at the same time and work efficiently. Alright, in this tutorial we are going to learn about case feed. Case feed is one of the options for us to enable better interaction between the support agents and the customers. So in this case feed, it is different from our regular page layout, and it gives a better UI, a better user experience in which every action is being tracked. So this case feed, it displays multiple information. It displays the updates. It gives us options for logging a call. It gives us variety of other options so we can manage multiple activities in the same page. Let me show that to you in the UI. Go to cases. Go to any specific record. Here you see case feed and case details. So case details, it is basically your detail page. This gives out all the fields, related data, and all the related list, the related records, everything. And if you go to feeds, that is when you have several different options out here. For example, you have this option of posting information about this particular case, and you can share it. You have the option of logging a call. So you can use actions to basically record your interactions with the customers. You can log a call for that. And then you can change status of this case. You can change it to a different status, and also you can give information about that. You can attach documents. So case feed integrates with Salesforce knowledge and allows us to attach articles related to the case or to a customer email. Alright, say for example some FAQ documents or some troubleshooting documents that you would like to attach to the case, you can very much do that. It gives you an option to do that. And if you want to attach any links to that, yes. And if you want to open a poll, if you want to add more choices, you want to ask a question, and you can do that. Alright, so these are some of the variety of actions that you can do in the case feed. And not only that, you have all the updates listed out here. So all the updates for this case, maybe because this is a record which has not been updated, we are not seeing as such any updates, but yes, you see several updates out here. And you can also see who are all the followers, who are all the users they are following this case. You can add topics, you can add custom links. So all these options are out here. And then if you want to specifically look in for call logs and look for the case notes, basically as we do not have any data, it is not showing any data, but I'm just showing you the various options that we have out here. So case feed is definitely a better alternative to our standard case page layouts. And through this, we can track all the actions so that the customer support agent will have a complete view of the customer's issue and its history. Right? And not only that, just not about retrieving the details, but also giving it back. Starting from logging a call, changing the status, posting something, attaching Salesforce knowledge. So this case feed makes it even more efficient for the support agents to work with. And this is definitely one of the important features that we can use for enabling better interaction, efficient interaction between the support agents and the customers. Awesome. Let's talk about knowledge management. Let's now understand the features of Salesforce knowledge, how to configure Salesforce knowledge, and how to use it in Salesforce. Basically, Salesforce knowledge is used for building a knowledge base inside Salesforce. Like kind of a placeholder, we can say, to create and manage all your content. Like, for example, if customers are having issues with any product, so what do? They call the customer service, right? So that is what they do. Instead, if we can provide them the knowledge articles with respect to the issues and how to troubleshoot them, then they can do it all by themselves very easily. So that will save their time and energy as well as ours. And it makes the process much easier. In fact, having this knowledge base is actually the most common way of providing a self-service portal for customers to solve their own queries, and which also helps the organization in decreasing the case creation rate, because they can find answers to their question by themselves rather than creating a case. Cool. Now, let's also understand about the feature license. So basically, Salesforce knowledge, it comes as a feature license. So you need to purchase licenses for your users to use a Salesforce knowledge feature. So to enable a user as a knowledge user, what we need to do is go to the user detail page and enable the user as a knowledge user. Check this checkbox. So this enables the user as a knowledge user, and then he can access knowledge and articles. And this consumes a license. So the more users you enable, the more licenses you need to purchase. And this is a feature license basically. Perfect. Now that we have enabled this, let's understand how to enable Salesforce knowledge for our org. In your developer org, go to settings, setup, knowledge settings. There you would have this option of enabling Salesforce knowledge. And here, yes, I understand. Also read these important information out here. This mainly insists that after you enable Salesforce knowledge, you cannot disable that, but you can hide that feature. Alright. So once you are done reading all this information, click on enable Salesforce knowledge. Perfect. We have enabled Salesforce knowledge now, and we are seeing the knowledge settings here. So here the general settings allow users to create and edit articles from the articles tab. All right. And allow users to add extra multimedia content. Okay. And activate validation status field. Let's also activate this, and let's talk about this validation field later. So let's activate this and save. Cool. Now we have enabled Salesforce knowledge for our org, and also we enabled the user as a knowledge user, and we have also done some knowledge settings. Perfect. Now in the upcoming sessions, let's talk about how to configure the various aspects of Salesforce knowledge. Awesome. Now that we have enabled Salesforce knowledge, what next? Let's go ahead and play with it. The first task that we are going to do is to configure data categories. So for configuring data categories, go to setup, look for data category setup, and once you get that, go for it, and your screen will look like this. So this is data categories. So before we go ahead and create one, let's first understand what is data categories. Like, what is that we are doing with Salesforce knowledge? We are trying to group content, right? We are trying to create and manage our content efficiently. So for creating and managing content efficiently, First, we have to group the content, right? Only then after we create content, we'll be able to assign them to particular data categories, and which will be very easy for us to retrieve as well. So when we want to retrieve a particular document, we exactly know that where it would be. So that is why we are creating data categories for efficient grouping of documents. So here what let's do, let's create two groups. Alright, so the first group, let's name it as a technical, and the second group, let's name it as functional. And as per our requirement, we are going to group all the technical documents in this category group, and we are going to group all the functional related articles in the other group. Alright, so first let's create the technical group, fill in the details here, and also give a proper description. It should tell other users which articles are exactly stored in this particular group. Alright, so once you are done creating it, save it. Awesome. We have created the first group, that is the technical group. And within a group, we can have multiple categories. Like, for example, this is a technical group, right? So we can create categories within that. One may be a Salesforce, the other may be Java, because it is all technical related content. So we can have categories like that. And in real time, you can very much see documents like user manuals or training documents, FAQ documents, troubleshooting documents, known issues. You have those sort of documents as well. Alright, so now we have created our group. Let's create our first category. The first category, let it be Salesforce. Okay, add the category. Awesome, Salesforce is added. The next, let me say Java. Okay, added, perfect. And then let me say awesome. So we have added 3 categories to our technical group. So our first group is ready. Now let's go ahead and create our second group. What is our second group? Alright, save the changes. And what is our second group? The second group is going to be the functional group. So let me say functional group, and this group is going to have all the content that is related to the functional aspects. Like, you can say it as the business related content, like the user manual, business processes, best practices, and all those documents. Alright, so here under functional group, let's create categories. So let me say business processes, business process, best practices, so I have created 3 categories under functional group as well. Alright, we have just created the category. We have not yet created any content, and we have not gone into that section. We have just created the category for us to add the content, create and add the content. So now that we have these categories defined, let's go ahead and activate the category, the groups basically. So here if you see, you have this activate category group. So only after the group is activated, you will be able to use those category groups. So here you can see that we just activated one of the group. So it is falling under active category groups. And this one is inactive category groups, and we have the functional group here. Now let's go ahead and activate this functional group as well. Okay, perfect. So we have 2 active category groups, and each active category group has got its own categories defined. Perfect. Now that we have created our category groups and we have categories in them, the next step is to do the assignment. We have to do the data category assignments. So for going to data category assignments, go to setup, look for data category assignments, and your page will look something like this. And here we have 2 category groups. The 2 category groups are defined here. And what is the purpose of doing this assignment is that we need to specify that which are all the groups that should be used by Salesforce knowledge. So here let me say both the groups to be used by Salesforce knowledge. So let me do save. Otherwise, you move it to the other side that is available. So this is about data category assignments. So in this tutorial, we started with understanding about category groups. We created 2 category groups, and then for each of the category group, we created multiple categories. And all those after creating, we activated our data category group. So both these groups are active now. And we also checked our data category assignments. Awesome. And how to create content? Let's look into the upcoming sessions. Now that we have created our data categories, let's move on to the next step. That is configuring knowledge validation status. Let's first go to our developer org and see how it is. So go to setup and under knowledge, you will find validation statuses. So go for it and your page will look like this. So here we have the validation status pick list. So what is this validation status pick list? So whenever we upload content and form a knowledge base, we can have validation status attached to that. Meaning, in real time, we create documents and then it gets reviewed by multiple people. It gets reviewed by the team lead and then it may get reviewed by the BRM, that is a business relationship manager, and then on it may go to the client for approval. So there may be different status which maybe need to be associated to a particular content. So that is the use of this. Here by default we have validated and non-validated. We can update this based on how we want to change it. Based on how the business defines it, we can update it accordingly. Say for example, you can have validated by manager, validated by VP, validated by client lead, something like that. And you can see that these values you can very well edit and delete them according to your requirements. And among the validation status, one of the status needs to be marked as a default. So depending upon which status you want it to be default, you can set that value accordingly. And the default status cannot be deleted. You see that. The default status cannot be deleted. Rest all you can delete and modify it accordingly. So for configuring for your business, create those values accordingly and set whichever value has to be default. So whenever a content gets added, the default validation status will be marked against it. And then as and when the process goes on, you can update the status accordingly. So this is about configuring knowledge validation status pick list. And when we create our content, we'll exactly know how and where we are using this feature. The next configuration setup that we are going to do in Salesforce Knowledge is configuring knowledge article actions. For doing this configuration, go to setup, look for knowledge article actions, and your page will look something like this. So here, when you are here, the knowledge article actions, we have various actions defined here, right? So let me click on edit. Okay, so when I click on edit, I am getting some more options. Before we go into those options, first let's understand what is our article action. Article actions meaning the actions that I can do on the articles. As simple as that. Articles meaning content. So what are all the various actions that I can do on articles and who all can do that? So that is what we are going to define here. So the various article actions are publishing articles. Alright, publishing, once we create the content, we publish the content. We publish the articles. Only then they can be used. Archiving articles. Editing the published and archived articles. And deleting articles. So these are the various article actions that we have. Now we need to define who all can do these article actions. By default, you can see it can be done by all. Right? So that is by default. But if you want to restrict only some specific set of users to able to perform these actions, then what we need to do is we need to create a public group and you need to add those article managers in that public group and then assign the public group for this particular action. Alright, so which all actions you need to assign those public groups accordingly. So only those users in that public group will have the ability for that appropriate action. So let me do that a quick example. For this purpose, I have created a public group. We all very much know how to create a public group. For creating public groups, go to setup, manage users, public groups, and there you will have the option of creating public groups. And here I have created a public group called as article publishers. Alright, and here I have just added me as the article publisher, meaning only those users in this group, article publishers, should be able to publish the article. Alright, my business model is like that. Not all users should be able to publish articles, only some certain users should be able to publish articles. So for that I have created this group, meaning only these users will be able to publish articles. So now that we have created this public group, next we are going to define this in our article actions. So now here in publish articles, instead of all, I am going to select only article managers in the following public groups, and I am going to choose that function. Alright, so that option I have selected. Now we need to select which public group. So I am saying article publishers. Okay. And if you want to apply this group for all article actions, you can select this option. Otherwise, just leave it unchecked. So let me say okay. Alright, so if you see publish articles, not everybody can publish articles. Only article managers in the following public groups. Which public groups? The article publishers public groups. Only they can publish articles. In a similar fashion, we can use public groups for restricting access for the other actions as well. For archive articles, for this edit, publish and archived articles, for delete articles. We can use this the same concept how we used for publishing articles. You can repeat that for all these other actions as well. And once you are done with your changes, click on save and save all the changes. So this is all about article actions. The next concept that we are going to talk about is creating article types. So when we say creating article types, first of all, what is article types? Let's take a quick look at it in our developer org. So go to setup, look for knowledge article types, and your page will look similar to this. So before we go ahead and create article types, let's first understand what is an article and what is article type. So article type meaning whenever you create some content in Salesforce knowledge, basically articles, whenever you create articles, you associate them to an article type. Right? So article type, basically you can relate that with objects. Say for example, you are creating a custom object. Alright, and then in that we create many records. So the custom object, you can relate it to article type, and the records that we create for that object, you can consider them as articles. So basically when we create a custom object and when we add records to that, what do? That custom object basically gives the definition of how the records should be. So in the custom object, we define what are all the various fields that are there in the custom object. And then when we create records, we fill in the values for those fields. And why do we do that? So that all the records will have the similar structure. Correct? So in the same fashion, article type defines the type of the article, the structure of the article, how it has to be. And some of the common examples of article types, you can have one structure for FAQ documents. So all FAQ documents that you create will have a similar structure. So you can have an article type for FAQ documents. You can have an article type for, say for example, user manuals. So all the user manuals that you create, it will fall under user manuals article type, and it has to follow that structure. And some other example that we can quote is training documents. Some other example that we can quote is, say for example, troubleshooting documents. Alright. So when we create those kind of article types, the articles that you add for those respective article types, they will fall under the same category and they will have similar features. So that is the concept of article types. Now let's go ahead and create our first article type. Click on new article type. And here create your new article type. Here the look and feel may be similar to the custom object creation. Fill in the details here. I filled in the details and I have saved it basically. And here if you see the API name of article types, it is _KAV. Alright, it is saying knowledge article. Generally like we have come across only __C for custom components or __R for related components. But this is a little different, that is __KAV. This is for knowledge article types. And similar to a custom object, once we create our custom object, what do? We give permissions, right? Similarly, for user manuals also, for this article type, we need to give appropriate permissions in their respective users. Only then users will be able to access this article type. So let's go and check it out in the profiles. This is the system administrator profile, and here look for user manuals. Yeah, so you have the article type permissions, user manuals. But this is because it is a system administrator profile. A system administrator has got full access for all the objects here. So by default, there is access for the system administrator. But in case of a custom profile, then you need to explicitly give access. Only then users will be able to use that article types. Now that we know how to do the profile settings, how to basically give access, let's check out the other settings out here. So we have several fields for this article types, and there is a page layout. So let's go and check out the page layout here. And here in the page layout, we do not see as such any fields pulled into the layout. So let me add a couple fields here. Say for example, let's choose title. Let's choose the version number. Okay, just the title and the version number for now. So let me save the layout. Alright, perfect. So now we have configured our article type, user manuals. So in the next session, let's create articles for this particular article type. Awesome. So the final step here is to create articles. Because we have worked so long, so hard on setting up the various settings in Salesforce Knowledge. Now is the time to create articles and use all of the settings that we did earlier. So go to developer.org, and here in the tabs, look for article management. You have it here. Go for it. And here you can create articles. So create a new article. First we need to choose the article type. So every article needs to be associated to an article type. And the significance of creating article types we already discussed. So let's say user manual, and here let me give the title. The title is customer support user manuals. Okay. Alright, the title is given, and now if there is any URL, give that accordingly. And if you want to give a summary of what it is, yes, you have to. So I do not have any URL. Alright. And here we need to give the validation status. So validation status, this also we discussed in detail previously. What is validation status and how to use that. So, but we haven't actually updated with any values as such. So that is the reason we are seeing only the default values. So let me leave it as is, and let me say as not validated. It's okay. And now you need to add it to the categories. Now that this article is created, you see, like the publishing status, it is still in draft mode and it is a type user manual. And now it's time for us to add to the categories, which group and which category in that. So creating category groups and also creating categories within that, we already discussed in detail. Alright, we are just going to add the categories here. So this being a user manual, I'm going to add it to the functional group. So let me say edit. And it is showing me all the categories under the functional group, and let me say business process, and let me add it to business process category. Click OK. Perfect. So now you can see that this article is under the functional group and it is in business process category. Perfect. So once you are done with all the changes, click save to save this new article that we have created. And what is the final step? The final step is to publish the article. That is why we have worked so hard. So click on publish. Yes, publish now. Okay. And if you want to specify a particular publication date, yes, you can. But I want to publish it right now. Alright. So click OK. Well then, the customer support user manual has been successfully published. And here in the view, if I click on published articles, we are able to see this article out here. Alright, so this is how we create articles and publish articles, and this is the whole concept of Salesforce Knowledge.
Alrighty, we are entering a new section now, and this section is all about reports and dashboards. These reports and dashboards, they form the analytical side of a CRM. Just not Salesforce, any CRM. Because in a CRM, the data lies all over the system, right? Across multiple objects. Leads, contacts, accounts, opportunities, cases, solutions, contracts, whatnot. Say for example, as a marketing person, I use the campaigns object. As a salesperson, I use leads, opportunities, and some other objects. As a service person, I use cases, solutions, and other objects. So, every person from a different profile, they use the objects corresponding to their profile, right? But as a supervisor, as a high-level manager, I would like to have an overall view of my business, right? Say for example, like I want some information of a particular lead. I can very much see it in the system, right? But I just don't want that. I want an overview of how many leads were generated in the last month. How many leads were generated due to a particular source. And which leads are in which particular status. How many opportunities were closed? How many opportunities are open? Where my product is doing good in the market? Where it is not? What my FRs are doing? What are they basically getting out from the visits? How many cases are getting recorded in a month? Are they getting resolved on time basis? Are my customers happy with the service that I provide? How many contacts I have across the organization? How many partners, etc., etc. Lot many information I need for analyzing my data, right? For analyzing my business. There comes the concept of reports and dashboards for analyzing your data. That's the reason it falls under the analytical side of a CRM, which is definitely a key module in a CRM because that's what tells you what your business is all about. So throughout this section, we'll be talking about reports and dashboards. What are reports? How do we use the report builder? What are the different type of reports that we have in Salesforce? And how do we build dashboards? What are the different dashboard components that are available? How do we schedule all these? In short, how do we make it useful and profitable to our customers? Okay, so before we start with reports and dashboards, how do we basically build them? In this lecture, we'll concentrate more on how do we convert the business requirements into reports and dashboards. So in real time, how do we get the requirements for reports and dashboards? We do not create a report just because we want to create a report. We create a report because the customer wants a report to be generated on that particular information. He wants to analyze some data, so we generate a report for them so that he can use the report and analyze his information. Okay, so let's slowly start with the basics. Report. So what is a report? A report is a collection of information and you present that information in an organized manner so that it makes more to the customer. And this report can be of a particular object or with its related objects as well. And there are a number of options that you have when you generate a report. Say for example, you can generate it on a particular status or on a particular date, or for a particular person or for a particular team. Under numerous circumstances, you can generate reports. And in Salesforce, we have 4 types of reports. The tabular, summary, matrix, and join reports. And we'll be discussing in detail about all these reports in the forthcoming sessions. Now moving to dashboards. Reports, we know it's a collection of information. So what is a dashboard? In general, dashboard is a graphical representation or a pictorial representation of the data that you have in your report. So report, you can very much compare it with kind of a spreadsheet wherein you have data and it's just data. And dashboard is more of a pictorial representation of what you have in your reports. A report can very much exist on its own, but a dashboard has to have a report built behind that. Dashboard is more of a reflection of data that you have in your report. In a graphical representation, in a pictorial representation, you can say. And for this pictorial representation, you have multiple options in Salesforce. The gauge, the bar chart, pie chart, funnel chart, donut chart, metrics, and so many components are available in Salesforce for you to generate dashboards. Perfect. So now we know what's a report and what's a dashboard, right? Now let's try to correlate this with some real-time scenarios. Customers come to you asking for reports and dashboards and we generate it for them. Like they say, I want to have a list of all won opportunities in the last quarter. Or I want to see which all leads my team is handling. What is my pipeline 30 days? Oh, what is my backlog? What is the lead status? Are they converted or, they are working on it? And how many calls are logged in the last 14 days or outdated opportunity? These are some of the very, very few instances that I have listed down. Actually, in real time, you have many more reports generated for multiple scenarios. So for some requirements, they ask you for a report and you generate a report for them. So you provide that access to the report to them. So they can go manually run the report. Possible. People do like that. Otherwise, you can also schedule a report that will automatically run the report, generate the output and email it to them. So scheduling a report. So even that happens in real time. So it is totally up to the user, up to the requirement, whether they want to generate it manually whenever they need, or they want to generate the report on a scheduled basis and they want an email sent out to them. Even that is possible. And coming to dashboards, many times we listen to users and then they come and tell us we want a bar chart and which gives the so and so information. We want a pie chart which basically gives the percentage of won opportunities over closed opportunities. Or we want something like a gauge which actually tells us where we are. Or even sometimes they say in general we want this information and we are fine with whichever representation that it comes out. No, we just want to see a graphical representation, a pictorial representation that gives us the information of the data. So this is what we deal with customers with respect to reports and dashboards. We give them what they want, which data they want to analyze. It is definitely not mandatory that we got to build in reports and dashboards for every object that we have in this. It is totally up to the business which data they want to analyze, which data they want to have a pictorial representation, which impacts their business a lot, where they need to progress and all those criteria. And for these, we build reports and dashboards. So now I think we have understood the overall concept of reports and dashboards, right? What are reports, what are dashboards, why do we generate them, under what circumstances we generate, and all those information, right? So in the forthcoming lectures, we'll understand what are all the different type of reports, type of dashboard components that we have in Salesforce, and how do we make it most for the business. Now that we have had an overview of reports and dashboards, let's first start analyzing what is a report builder and how do we use a report builder. Just a quick recap from the previous lecture. Report is a collection of information and organized presentation of data with regards to a particular object or with its related objects. And you have certain criteria defined for a reports. And basically there are 4 types of reports in Salesforce: tabular report, summary report, matrix report, and joint reports. And a detailed discussion of all these, we'll be doing it in the forthcoming lectures. Now let's concentrate more on the report builder. Okay, to start with, before working on reports and dashboards in your application, add reports and dashboards to your tab bar. Which how do we make it happen? Use the all tab options and then use the customize my tabs so that you can add those tabs to the tab bar. And as the name says, reports tab is all about reports and dashboards is all about dashboards. And very much you can access the dashboard information as well in the reports tab. So once you click on the reports tab, this is what you see. At the left, you see all the folders that are arranged, and the significance of these folders, creating these folders, is more for grouping the reports and providing access to a particular team. Say for example, sales team, and they have 7 reports which is related to their team. So you create all those reports and then put it under a folder called as sales team reports, and you can give access to the folder for the whole team. So the whole team can access all the reports that are under the particular folder. And going forward, any reports that you add in the folder, automatically the team will get access. So folders, as we understand, is more for managing the reports in a more efficient manner. As you can see here, these are the folders that are available by default. Your personal folders like with respect to you. And this one is for dashboards, my personal dashboards. And then these are the folders that are there by default. As these are the Salesforce standard reports folders that you have. Say for example, sales reports. These are the reports that you have. Leads. These are the reports with respect to leads. These are the reports with respect to support. So support is more of cases and solutions. So you have these reports. Campaigns with respect to marketing. Administrative reports. Activity reports. So you have different reports grouped under different folders. So you can very much use all these standard reports if it matches your criteria, and very much create new reports as well. And even for the folders, you have options here. You can create a new folder, which is a report folder wherein you can group all your reports, and a dashboard folder wherein you can group all your dashboards. And you have a couple of buttons here for creating a new report and creating a new dashboard. Now let's concentrate more on reports. So click on new report. Once you click on new report, the first option that you get is for selecting the report type. So what is a report type? The report type tells you what is the object based on which the report is built. It can be one single object or a primary object with its related objects. Say for example, the report type can be accounts, meaning which the report is based on, it's generated on the accounts information. Or the report type can be accounts and contacts, meaning which accounts with its related contact information, or accounts and cases, meaning which accounts with its related cases information. So a report type can be one single object or on object with its related other objects. And like other components in Salesforce, even report types, we have both standard report types and the custom report types. So whatever you see here, these are the standard report types. And you can very much create custom report types. Meaning which we go for custom report types when we want to generate a report and that report type is not there. So what will you do? You can create a custom report type and then generate reports accordingly. And these report types, as we see here, even they are grouped under folder structure. So accounts and contacts. As it says, this report type is accounts. So you can generate a report based on account information. And this is contacts and accounts, accounts with partners, accounts with account teams. You have multiple other report types, the standard report types. Similarly for opportunities with its related other objects. For customer support reports. So support, like we know, it is very much on cases and solutions. So these reports are very much built on cases and solutions. Leads, related to leads. Campaigns, activities. You have all these standard report types which are available. And selecting a report type is mandatory for a report. A report has to have a report type. And it is very much understandable that we can generate multiple reports with the same report type. So first we got to select the report type. Say for example, accounts in our scenario. Go create. And this opens up the report builder. So a report builder is more of a drag and drop tool for accessing your data very easily, very quickly, and wherein you can create new reports and also edit existing ones. And you have multiple options in using your report builder. Let's do one by one. There is a left narrow section and a right wide section. The left narrow section gives the information of all the fields, and the fields displayed here depends on the report type. So the report type that we selected is accounts. So it is giving me all the fields related to accounts, as we can see here. And these fields, for quick retrieval, you have filters out here, wherein this will list down only the text fields. This will list down only the number fields. This will list down only the date fields. And if you want all the fields to be listed down, you can click on all. And you also have a quick find wherein you can easily build out, for picking fields very easily. Okay, coming to the right wide section. As we can see here, there are options. Filters, show, and the date field. So what these options are? Under filters, you can add new field filters. Say for example, you want to create reports and that is created in a particular date range. Then you can use this date field. Or you want to create a particular accounts report which belongs to a particular type. Say for example, I say the type. The type equals whatever value, and type is a pick list. So I am automatically getting that lookup icon. So once you can click on the icon, you can see all the fields that are associated with the value type. So you can say like prospect, customer direct, customer channel, insert selected. Perfect. And you can click on OK. So now that your new filter has got added, and that it says like type equals whichever type. Similarly, you can add multiple filters. So one other filter, account owner equals, let me give my name. Okay, so I should be the account owner. And similarly, you can add multiple filters. Say okay, alright. And you also have, you can add multiple other filters as well. And you have something called as a filter logic. So what is a filter logic? It is not that every time it is an AND scenario. Correct? It can be OR scenarios as well. Say for example, I want to create reports wherein the type equals this, or it is created by me. Alright, so in those scenarios, what I can do is I can use a filter logic and I can say it is not 1 and 2, it is 1 or 2. Right, so this is the concept of filter logic. And next, cross filters, you can use this for, in case you want to generate reports with other objects as well. Say accounts, with or without, and which are all the related objects with for accounts. These are all the related objects. So it will list down all the related objects with that primary object, and you can use as filter as well. So this is the concept of filter. So let me give cancel. So this is the concept of filters. And a row limit, yes. Row limit, this option is available wherein you want the top 5 accounts or the top 10 accounts. You want to restrict the report results by the number of records that it displays. So that is a row limit. So these options, why we are discussing in specific about these options are because these options are pretty much common for any type of report that you generate. Alright, so that's the reason we first understand how a report builder is, and then we'll move on to each of the report type and we'll see how do we basically build them. So now filters, yes, fine. And what next? Show. Show my accounts, my team's accounts, or all accounts. Whether you want to generate a report on my accounts, means accounts created by me. So if I generate, it'll give me all the accounts created by me. If you generate, it'll create all the reports generated by you. If John Smith, he generates, it'll generate the reports that is created by John Smith. So my accounts will be specific to that person who runs the report. My team's accounts means like my account and my team's accounts. People who are reporting to me. And all accounts means, all accounts. And if you want to include a criteria on the date, say for example created date or the last modified date. So it will basically include all the date fields that are there in your object. And whether it can be, standard, say for example current fiscal year, previous fiscal year and all. Or if you want to define some hard-coded dates, you can also use this custom option. Now I think you can correlate this very much with the information that we did in the previous sections. When we discussed about the company setup in the very initial sessions, we discussed about how do we set up the financial year for the company, how do we set up the holidays for the company, right? We set up those generic information. So it picks the date from that fiscal year. So the fiscal year that is defined by you for the company will be taken into account here. So that's why it says like current fiscal year, previous fiscal year. So that totally depends on what you have configured, what you have set up in the company setup. So you have all these generic options that are available, or in case custom, you can very much use this option of custom. Okay, so this is all about the top section. Coming to the bottom section, what is that we see here? It says like it's a preview, okay? And here you have options of selecting the report formats. So as we know, there are 4 report formats in Salesforce: the tabular, summary, matrix, and join. So, you got to select which report format in which you want to generate the report. So, by default, any report comes in tabular format, and if you want to change, go to a summary format. It automatically changes to a summary format. And if you want to add some fields, you can very much add them. Created alias, it got added over here. Account name, account site, revenue, type. You can pretty much add all these information. And if you want to remove all columns, remove all the columns. It'll remove all the columns. If you want to add more, you can very much add fields over here. Okay, so now that we have added all these fields and it is in the summary format, similarly you can change it to matrix format or joined format. Alright, so this is where you define like which format, which report format your report is all about. Going back to the tabular format. And these report formats we'll be discussing in detail in the forthcoming lectures. Let's concentrate more on the generic options that we have out here. And this tells you like run a report means, the report based on the criteria, the report will be run. Let me take off this as we do not have any records out here. Let me make it all time and let me also make it all accounts. Okay, so now that we have some 10 records over here, and this is something that is very important to understand. So whatever we see in this window, it is just a preview of your report data. So that's why it tells you like preview. 10 records might not be the actual information. Okay, so 10 records is just a preview of how the overall report would be. Because once you select the report format, once you put in all the criteria, it is just showing you a snapshot of the actual report. So that is what is called as preview. So this 10 records, do not rely on this information because it is just a preview of what the actual report is. So once you have selected the filters, once you have, selected all the criteria, the date criteria and other filters, and once the format is fine, once you have selected all the fields that are to be in the filters, finally, like you got to select, run the report. So click on run report and this is what will show you the actual output. And here it is only 10 records. So the preview has as such show the 10 records. But it will be more on generally in real time whenever you run records, whenever you run reports, it will be more information, it will be there. More number of records will fall in a particular report, right? But the preview will only show the first 10 or the first 20. And only when you run a report, it will show you the actual data. And here again, it has consolidated all the information that you have in your report builder. Like, it is summarized by, it is not summarized by any of the fields. Show all accounts and what is the time frame that you have selected. And here again, like you have run report or you want to schedule the report. Hide details. Hide details will pretty much, hide all those details and it will just give you like how many records. And, at this point of time, now that like after running the report, after seeing the actual report, now if you want to again customize the report, you can click on customize. That will again take you to the report builder. You can make the necessary modifications. You can again run the report and see if it matches your criteria. And printable view, if you want to have a printable view of the report, you can see the printable view. And you can very much download that file. And this is how it looks like. It tells you like which report, who has generated that and what information and all those. And finally, export details. Export details will basically export the details of the report into a particular format, say XLS or CSV. So, you can export all the details into the Excel file and use it for your analytical purpose. And once you are convinced with the report that you have generated that it matches your exact requirements, you can go save the report. So save as, say, my test report. And report description, it tells you like why you have generated the report, for whom you have basically generated the report. And the report should always lie in an underlying folder. So you got to select like which folder it should belong to. Let's say like my personal custom reports, and save. So from then on, you can access that report under the My Personal Custom Reports option. Similarly, you can create different other folders for different other scenarios, and you can group reports accordingly. So this is all about the report builder, the report building tool. And in the forthcoming sessions, we'll understand how do we create tabular reports, summary reports, joint reports, and we'll talk more on dashboards as well. The first report format that we are going to discuss about is a tabular report format. So what is a tabular report? Tabular reports are the simplest form of reports. You can very much compare tabular reports with a spreadsheet wherein, it has all the fields and columns, right? So tabular reports will look something similar to that. Definitely they are very easy to set up. But as we say that they are very easy to set up, they come with a lot of constraints. Say for example, tabular reports do not support all the dashboard components. You can use dashboard components like vertical bar chart or the horizontal bar chart or the pie chart, but at the same time you cannot use a gauge or metrics or the scatter chart and all these. So though these are simple to build, they have their own restrictions. So very obvious this is not the preferred report format in real time, but we definitely use them in case we want to have some quick data, we want to see some quick data, and we want to set it up very easily, we go for tabular reports. Okay, now let's quickly create a tabular report. So go to Reports tab, go for the option New Reports, select which report type, basically from which object you want to pull the data. Say for example opportunities. Let me say opportunities. And we know what is a report type and what's the significance of a report type, so we are just skipping those part. Okay, and these are all the columns that are included. That's fine. Let me stay with the defaults. Let me make it all opportunities. Okay, stage, fine. And let me not give in any date because I'll not be able to see any records. Okay, now that we have got some opportunities out here. And by default, we know whenever we click on new report, the default report format is tabular report format. And now that we are creating a tabular report, so stay with the defaults in this case. And as we already discussed in the previous lecture, this preview will show the preview of the actual report. So, it has got all these columns. Okay, looks like too many columns. Let me remove all the columns and let me just add the ones which I need. So say for example for opportunity, definitely name is needed. And say stage, let's go for stage. And say amount. And close date. And let's have only these 4 fields for the time being. And let's also add a filter. Say for example, I want all the opportunities of stage close to 1. So let me say stage equals, it's a pick list, so automatically this lookup window it pops up. And let me say close to 1. And once I click on OK, it lists all the opportunities of type of stage close to 1. And one important thing that you got to note here is, for the tabular format, you got to have a row limit. And the maximum row limit that you can define is 99. So let me say sorted by opportunity name. That's perfect. Okay. Because when you generate dashboards, they support these tabular formats only if there is a row limit. Otherwise, it would error out saying there is no row limit for the tabular report that we have created. And once you add a row limit to the tabular format, you can see one new button that is called as dashboard settings. So go for dashboard settings. Here you got to set up the name and the value. So this name and value will be used in your dashboards. And these columns would be available in the dashboard for grouping purpose. Tables, they show both name and value, but then if you're using charts, then they are grouped by name. And we got to note one more point here, that the number fields and the currency fields, only those fields are available for value. So let's choose a name. Say for example, opportunity name and a value amount. Say OK. No worries, we'll understand the significance of this when we do dashboards. So let's keep that aside for the time being. Now that we are done with the report, we have added all the respective fields and we have added all the filters which are needed for the report. And let me run the report. And as I run the report, I see there are these many opportunity records that are matching my criteria. And we know what these options are. So, pretty much we are not covering that concept here. Let me quickly save the report. Let me say as test tabular report, and you got to give a description out here, and then let me put it in my personal custom reports. Save. Perfect. So when I access my personal custom reports folder, I'm able to see my test tabular report. And if you want to edit the saved report, then you just need to click on that report, go customize. You can customize your report further. And now you can see this option of report properties, which is enabled. So report properties, like using that, you can change the report name and the unique name, not recommended though, and the unique name, let it remain as is. You can change the label if you want. And the report folder, basically if you want to save it in a different folder, you can definitely do that. And it also gives you the report type, basically on which report type this report is built on. So these options will be available only after you save the report. Perfect. Now that we have successfully created our first tabular report, and in the forthcoming sessions we'll understand more on the other report formats. In the previous lecture we discussed about tabular reports, which is the simplest form of reports. In this lecture we'll understand what is a summary report. Why we go for a summary report? What are all the specialties that we have in summary report? Summary report is another report format that allows users to group rows of data. That is something like very much to be noted about summary reports. We have this option of grouping the data by rows. And as a result, as you can group data, you can view all the subtotals. And the summary reports also allows you to create more charts and conditional highlighting. Okay, now let's create a summary report and understand all these concepts one by one. So let's create a new report, and let me choose the report type to be opportunities. Again, go create, and by default it's tabular format. That's fine. Let it remain as is. Remove all columns. Let me add only the related columns which we need. So we have added these many fields out here: name, type, lead source, probability, amount, expected revenue, stage, and close date. Okay, so these are all the fields that I think we can add it to this report so that we can see how do we build a summary report. But as such, in real time, all these fields you include in the report based on the business requirements, which all fields they like to see, the users like to see in the report. And here let me take off all the conditions because there are basically no records out here. So let me say all time. Okay, now that we see some records, and the preview is showing me some 30 records in total. And let's change this report format. Let me make it a summary. And as we know, the significance of summary report, the advantage of summary report is that we can group rows of data. Say for example, this preview is showing me some 20 records. Okay, out of these 20 records, I would like to know how many are there in closed one, which all opportunities are there in closed one, which all opportunities are in negotiation review, which all opportunities are in ID decision makers. Okay, so I want to group these rows of information. And how do I want to group it? I want to group it based on their stage, based on the opportunity stage. So that we can make it happen using summary format. And for grouping the records, you see the option over here, wherein you can drop a field here for creating the grouping. So let me group it. Just drag and drop stage out here. So it is grouped by stage. So the report that we have generated is grouped by stage. And it says, in the stage prospecting, there is only one opportunity record. In the stage is value proposition, there are 2 records. ID decision makers, 2 records. Proposal or price code, 2 records. But again, do remember, this is only a preview. So the result that you see here is not the actual report. Okay, so now that we have grouped the data, grouped the opportunities by stage. Okay, now let's see what other options we have. For all the columns out here that you have included in the summary format, you have options for sorting, ascending, descending. You can group by this field. For example, if you want to furthermore group, you can group by this field. Similarly for type, you have these options. Similarly for lead source. For probability, if you see, you have an option for summarizing this field. So summarizing this field is basically summarizing the numbers. You can do a sum, you can do an average, and this option summarizing the field is available for number, percent, for currencies, for all these, you have this option, wherein you can summarize the field by doing a sum, average, max, or minimum. So these are the 4 options that are available. Similarly for amount, again it's a currency field. So you have this option of summarize the field. Expected revenue, it is again a currency field. So you have this option of summarize this field. And then finally the close date, wherein you do not have that option because it is of the date data type. Alright, so now let me summarize by amount. So summarize this field and let me say sum of amount. Okay, perfect. So now let's try to read the report. It says, for the stage as prospecting, I have only 1 record. and this is what the record is, and the total amount is 100K. And for stage as value proposition, there are 2 opportunity records, and we have summarized it by amount, right? So the total amount of all the opportunities of stage value proposition is 330K. Similarly for the other stage values as well. So this is the concept of grouping and summarizing. Grouping, we are grouping the rows of data by a specific field. So there were some, say for example, 100 opportunities. You are grouping the 100 opportunities into 5 or 6 different categories based on a specific field. And here, we have taken stage as an example. We are grouping the records, we are grouping the opportunities by stage. And for each of the grouping, we are summarizing, we are doing furthermore calculations, which is called as subtotals. We can calculate these subtotals in summary format. It gives a subtotal for each of the grouping, say for stage prospecting, for stage value proposition. For each of the grouping we can generate subtotals, and also there comes a grand total for all the records. So this is the concept of grouping and summarizing. What let's do is, let's furthermore group it by another field, say for example close date. I want to furthermore group it by close date. So just drag and drop. So it is furthermore grouped it by close date. Means, and the stage is prospecting, I have only one record and that falls in this particular category. Close date is this. But for value proposition, there are 2 records and both the records fall under the category of close date, 10/7/2030. Similarly for the other records as well. Okay, once we run the actual report, we'll be able to see the actual information. And for dates, you can furthermore do some more calculations. Say for example, I want to group dates by day or calendar week or month, so instead of hard dates, you can group them by all these information. So let me say a fiscal quarter. Okay, so it falls in this particular quarter, and here 2 records, both falls in this quarter. Again 2 records, again both records fall in the same quarter. So this is called as grouping, and we can do up to 4 levels of grouping in summary reports. So let's run the report and let's see the actual data. So to run the report, you have this option run report. So we can see the information over here. So as we can see, opportunity name is this, and the staging prospecting 1 record, the close date is this. Again need analysis 1 record, the close date is this. 2 records, 3 records, we see here. Yes, but this is all just sample data that we have in our developer edition. So we might not be able to see more scenarios, but then this is the whole concept of summary reports. Let's click on customize and go back to the report. Okay, and actually I have updated the close date for some of the opportunity records so that we can actually see how it is. Say for example, now for the stage value proposition, there are 2 records and the close date of one of the record, it falls in a different quarter, and close date of another record, it falls in a different quarter. Okay, so now that we have understood about grouping and summarizing, we got to see about one other option. That is the conditional highlighting. This option of conditional highlighting is available only for summary reports and matrix reports. So what is this conditional highlighting? If you want to highlight some records based on a certain condition that you define, then you can use this conditional highlighting. Just for easy retrieval of data or for easy reading of the reports, you can say. So let's try that option. Go for conditional highlighting and select the field. It is showing me only amount, right? Why that it is not showing me other fields? Because this conditional highlighting can be applied only to fields which are summarized. And in the whole report, we have only amount as summarized. So, we see only this option, sum of amount, and it is going me 3 different options. So let me just say 100K and let me say 200K. So what it means? If the sum of amount is less than 100K, then it would highlight in this color. And if the sum of amount is between 100K and 200K, then it would highlight in this color. And if it is greater than 200K, it would highlight in green. And here you have options wherein you can choose different colors as per your business needs. Let me stay with the defaults, say OK, and you can very much see the output here. All groupings with less than 100K, they are highlighted in red. Between 100 and 200, they are highlighted in yellow. And greater than 200, they are highlighted in green. So this is the concept of conditional highlighting. And do remember, this option of conditional highlighting is available only for summary reports and matrix reports. Then you have one other option out here that is called as a add chart. Add chart is an option wherein you can add charts to your reports. So pretty much all these options you have when you generate dashboards. So all these options we'll be discussing when we discuss about dashboards, and the same concept applies here as well. If you want a chart or a pictorial representation that should be attached to your report, then you can use this option of add charts. So pretty much we have covered about summary formats. Let me quickly go and run the report. Okay, and let me say save as. Let me say test summary report. And let's save it in this folder. Do a quick save. Perfect. Our summary report is ready. And in the next lecture, we'll understand about matrix reports and why do we basically go for matrix reports. The next concept that we are going to understand is about matrix reports. Before we go like what is a matrix report and all these, let's understand why do we go for matrix reports in first case. Right, we got to know that because summary reports, that pretty much solves our requirement. We can define a summary report. We can group it by certain fields. We can summarize it by data. We can summarize it by dates. We can do charts. We can do conditional highlight. It pretty much gives you everything, right? So then why do we go for matrix report? Let me give you a small instance so that we can understand the concept better. This is the summary report that we just generated. Okay, it is based on opportunities as you can see here. And then we have grouped it by stage. We have furthermore grouped it by close date. And then we have summarized it by amount, right? So this is how we have defined our summary report. So how do we read this? The total amount of stage prospecting is 100K, right? And out of that, the close date for this quarter is again 100K because there is only one record. And the total amount for needs analysis is 675K. And for value proposition, there are two records and the total amount is 330K. Out of the 330K, 80K is for a different quarter and 250K falls in a different quarter. And that is quarter 4 financial year 2013 and this is quarter 4 financial year 2015. Okay. So now I can give this information, the total amount for a particular stage, right? We can retrieve this information from a summary report. So the total amount for prospecting stage is this, for needs analysis, for value proposition, for ID decision makers, right? So the total amount we can calculate for a particular stage, and this we can do with a summary report. But what if like I have one other requirement saying I need the total amount by stage? Yes. On top of it, I also need the total amount by this quarter. Okay. So this summary report, like will it give me that information? What is the total amount for this particular close date? Say for example, quarter 4 financial year 2015, what is the total amount? Will it give me that information? This doesn't give me that information. This gives me the information only for the particular stage, right? For this close date, in this stage, the total amount is 100K. This close date, in this stage, the total amount is 675K. But what is the overall total amount for this particular close date? Q4 financial year 2015, what is the total amount? Will this summary report give me that information? No. Why? Because summary reports, you can only use it for grouping the rows and not the columns. So therefore we go for matrix report. Because in matrix reports, you can group rows as well as columns. So to overcome this limitation of summary report, we go for matrix reports, wherein you can group the records by both rows and columns. Okay, now let's go to the Salesforce application, and this is the summary report that we have. What let's do is for doing the matrix report, let's not create a new report. Instead, let's quickly save it as test matrix report. Okay, save. Perfect. So now we have copied the summary report to a matrix report. So open the matrix report. Let's customize it. And as we can see here, it is a summary format. And now we are going to build the matrix report. Alright. So the matrix report, you can very much use the options of creating new report, and you can select the report type, that is the opportunities, and here you got to select matrix report. But just that I want to show you the limitations that is there in the summary report and how we can overcome it with the help of matrix report. So I'm taking the summary report and I'm converting it into matrix report. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so now that this summary report is converted to matrix report, and in a matrix report, as you can see, it is just not summarized by rows, that is stage, it is also summarized by columns, that is the close date. which was previously not there in the summary reports. So this is the biggest advantage of matrix reports. You can summarize the records by both rows and columns. In the summary report, pretty much we got this information. Like what is the total amount, what is the sum of total amount for a particular stage. So prospecting 100k, value proposition 330k, right? But like, we wanted an information wherein we want to understand what is the total amount, for a particular close date. So close date here, we have grouped it by quarter. So we have only two options out here. The Q4 financial year 2015 and 2013. So what is the total amount for a particular close date? So there you can see this information very much in the matrix report. Scroll all the way down. You have the summarized information over here. So this is what is matrix report. You can group both rows and columns. So you can add more fields for your row grouping. Similarly, you can add more fields for your column grouping as well. You have got that provision over here. But other than this row grouping and column grouping, which is there only in matrix reports, pretty much the other options, like you have the conditional highlighting, which we discussed in summary reports. You have that option here in matrix reports as well. You can very much add charts to your matrix reports. So the other options are pretty much the same between summary reports and matrix reports, but just that in matrix reports, you also have that advantage of grouping the records by columns. So let's quickly run the report. Perfect. Okay, that's a real awesome report. Okay, let me save. Let me save as test matrix report. And we are done. Our matrix report is all ready. And the final report format that we are going to discuss about is the joined reports. These joined reports are kind of, joining or combining two different reports. And the highlight is that this is the only report format that can support multiple report types. In the other report formats like tabular or summary or matrix, you cannot have the option of multiple report types. But in joined reports, yes, you have the option of multiple report types. And here in joined reports, we organize the data in the form of blocks. So each block is kind of a sub-report, you can say. And it can have like its own fields, its own report type, its own sorting, its own filtering. They can have features which is specific to that block. And these blocks or sub-reports, they work combinedly and form a joined report. And then you got to note one important thing here. If you are generating a dashboard out of this joined report, then you have to add a chart to your joined report. Otherwise, when you generate a dashboard, it will error saying there is no chart attached to the joined report. Okay. So now that let's quickly go to Salesforce and create a joined report. Go for new report. We got to select the report type. Let's say opportunities. Go create. Okay, perfect. By default, it's a tabular format. Let me remove all the columns out here. And let's not choose a date range because we'll not have enough records. Let me say like it's of all time. Let's add some fields to view the data. And once we add all the fields, we can see the report. And the default format is a tabular report. So now let me convert it to joined reports. Okay, so by default, whatever report you have, that will fall under block 1. So this is block 1. And similarly, we can create multiple blocks in joined reports. And the maximum number of blocks that you can create is 5. And as we have only one block out here, all these options what we have, they are with respect to block 1. Now let's create our second block. Just quickly drag and drop a field out there. Say for example, opportunity. It will automatically create our second block. And once you have the second block, you will have the filters with respect to the second block as well. So these options are for block 1 and these options are for block 2. So let's add the same fields to block 2 as well. So I have added all the fields to block 2 as well. As you can see here, pretty much the same fields like I have for block 1 and block 2. And now let's use these filters to filter out some criteria. Let me make it all time for both the blocks. And for the first block, let me filter it out by, say, stages. Say for example, prospecting. And let's have a different criteria for block 2. Say for example, for block 2, we have stage equals closed one, insert selected. Okay. So the first block is all about prospecting opportunities and the block 2 is all about closed one opportunities. So let me rename the block accordingly. And here let me say prospecting opportunities. And here let me say closed one opportunities. So once done, we can even in joined reports you have that options of grouping. So let me group it by lead source. So I have the information which is grouped by lead source. So pretty much, like we have explored all the options out here for the joined reports. We have 2 blocks out here, and the blocks are of the report type opportunities. But yes, when talking about report types, you got to note one concept. A joint report is the only report format which supports multiple report types, right? So there is a concept of principal report type and the secondary report type. So what is a primary report type? Primary report type is a report type with which you build the report. So here, like, we build the report with opportunities report type, right? So that forms the primary report type. And you can add other report types to this, which are kind of child or related to opportunities. Say for example, cases. Because cases and opportunities are related. But you cannot add campaigns because, there is no relation between campaigns and opportunities, right? So, you can add multiple report types to joined reports. So how do you do that? You have the option out here, the report type, wherein you can choose the report type accordingly. Okay, another important concept that we got to understand about joined formats is adding charts. So to add charts, maybe let's summarize it by amount so that we can have some fields over there in the charts. Alright. Summarize it by amount. Okay. Now let's go ahead and add charts. So for adding charts, like you have these options very much out here. You'll pretty much see the same options when you create dashboards as well. So right now, let me just use the options. Let me create a joined report. But later on, when we do dashboards, we'll do all these options one by one. So it's a horizontal bar chart, and the x-axis, let me say closed won opportunities, sum of account, and the y-axis a lead source. That's fine. And in case you want to add additional values, you can use that. And let me say prospecting opportunity, sum of amount. Okay, perfect. So let me go say okay. Now that we have added a chart to our joined report, and as you can see here, chart always appears before the data. Alright, so you have a chart, and below that you have the report. Okay, so we are pretty much done with all the options for joined reports. So let me go run the report. Perfect, we have the chart, and beneath we have the report. And let me save this. Let me say test joined report. Save. Perfect. So our joined report is all ready. In the previous lectures, we discussed about reports. How do we use the report builder tool? How do we use the report builder tool to create reports of the various report formats? Right, and all those related information we discussed. And now in this lecture, we are going to discuss about report types, mainly the custom report types. So what are report types? So throughout these lectures, we were creating reports. So we now know what the concept of report type is, right? So report type denotes or it points to which object from which the data is being pulled into the report, right? And there will be a primary object and there will be other related secondary objects as well. Meaning there will be one object which acts as primary, and then you can pull in records from the related objects as well. So that is a report type. And we know a report has to have a report type. Every report that we create should belong to a report type. Once we go and create a new report, once we click on the new report button, step 1 is for us to select the report type. And as listed out here, these are the standard report types that are available. So, like you can very much select from one of these report types, and all the reports that we created in the previous lectures, we just selected one of the report types that was available, right? Say for example, accounts. We have all these report types. Accounts with contacts, partners, teams, connect roles, assets, connect with assets, account history, and for opportunities. Opportunities with all these. So these are the standard report types that are available by default. Now consider a scenario wherein you want to generate a report, but then the report type is not available over here. Say for example, accounts with cases. Alright, so every account has got multiple cases associated to that. And if that is just one instance. So whenever we want to generate a report and the report type is not available by default, then we got to go and create custom report types. But just that we are creating it custom, but otherwise like it is in line with the standard report types. Like when creating a custom report type, you got to mention like which is the primary object, or it is just only the object that it is based on, and which is a secondary object, and what is the relationship basically between the primary object and the secondary object. So all those information you got to give it in the custom report type. And once you create the custom report type, the custom report type will be available out here in whichever folder that you specify, and therefore going on you can create reports using the custom report type. Now let's go and create a custom report type. Go to setup, search for report types, build create report types. Okay, what is a custom report type? It gives you a definition of that. As I always tell you, please go through this the first time like you do create a component. Click on continue. As we can see here, there are no custom report types as such created. So let's create a new custom report type. And what is that we are creating? We are creating accounts with cases. So the accounts is the primary object and cases is the secondary object. So we got to select a primary object over here. So accounts and the report type label. So the report type label should very much say what the report type is all about. Say accounts with cases. So it tells you accounts is the primary object and cases is the secondary object. And the report type has to be in this format. It is like primary object with the secondary object with the third object as well if it is really there. And description, let me again say accounts with cases. And in which category basically like you want to store it. Let me store it in accounts and contacts folder. You got to have all the report types that you create should fall in one of the folder structure that is already there. And deployed, because only when it is deployed you can use the report type. Go next. Okay, now like accounts is a primary object. Like the system is asking us to select the secondary object that is related with another object. So click and select the secondary object. Say cases in our scenario. So accounts with cases. Perfect. Now that we have selected the primary object and we have selected the related object. What next? We got to define the relationship between the primary object and the related object. Meaning which, say for example, there are 100 accounts in the system. Okay. And out of those 100 accounts, 75 accounts has got cases associated to that. And 25 accounts has got no cases associated to that. So there are two options wherein each A record must have at least one related B record. Meaning every account should have a case associated to that. And if you go with the second option, may or may not have related B records. So if you go with the first option, then only the 75 records will be retrieved out of this report type. If you use this report type and if you build a record, then the report will have only 75 records in that. Because only 75 accounts has got cases associated to that. But if you go for this option, that is the second option, like all the 100 accounts will be pulled irrespective of whether it has got cases or not associated with that. Alright, got the concept? So, the relationship basically that you define, again, totally, completely defines on the business and the requirement. How do you want it? Like, you are interested in knowing only the accounts which has got cases associated to that, then you got to go with the second option, first option. And if you're interested to know the accounts and then like you're also interested to know the cases information, then you got to go with the second option. And similarly, we have chosen one level of hierarchy, the primary object and the related object, and like that you can select up to 4 levels of hierarchy. So once you're done, go save. Perfect, the custom report type has got created, and it is also recommended that you put this note in the description saying like accounts with cases means, like what is the relationship basically between accounts and cases. Whether you have chosen the option of accounts, only accounts which has got cases, or accounts may or may not have cases. Which option that you have chosen. Now that we have successfully created this custom report type, let's quickly go ahead and create a report using this report type. Go for new report, and we saved this report type under this folder accounts and contacts. And yes, here the report type is accounts with cases. Go create a report. Perfect. By default, like we can see, it is a tabular format. And here, in the fields section, it will just not show the fields of accounts, but also it will show the fields of cases. Because this report type is about accounts and cases. So you can very much pull the fields from the accounts object as well as from the cases object. And as you can see here, this particular account, Grand Hotels and Resorts, it has got 4 cases associated to that. Burlington Textiles, 2 cases. Edge Communications, 3 cases. And these accounts, test account has got no case associated to that. Pyramid construction has got no case associated to that. Why? Because the relationship between the primary object and the secondary object that we chose is in such a way that accounts may or may not have cases. That's the reason you are able to see these records as well. In case if you have chosen the other option, that is accounts, they have to have cases, then like all these accounts will be filtered out. Those accounts you will not be able to access it. And then pretty much the same, we know how it works. You can choose a report format, you can choose a date criteria if there is any, you can choose like the accounts, the owner, to whom it belongs to, and then you can add filters to that, you can run the report, you can see the output, you can save the, all those are the same. But our concentration is to create a custom report type. And the whole concept of custom report type is this: to define the objects, fields, and the relationship so as to generate a report to our business needs. And to access the custom report types, go to setup, search for report types. All your custom report types will be out there. As we have created only one, we are able to see only one custom report type. So go to the report type. It will tell you what is a report type definition and what is the object relationship basically between the primary object and the related object. And this is something that you got to note. That is the edit layout and preview layout. So what is this edit layout and what is this preview layout? When you click on edit layout, it will show you all the fields of both the objects. Here it is only accounts and cases. So it will show you all the fields of accounts, all the fields of cases which are there in the layout. So what it means which are there in the layout? Only fields which are there in the layout you will be able to pull out in the reports. Say for example, you create a new custom field. There are very much chances that the new custom field that you create is not there in the layout here. Okay, so what you got to do is you got to select the field and you got to add it to the layout, and then you can generate reports out of that new field. So all those information you can see it right here. Account fields pretty much looks like all the account fields are already there in the layout. Once you create new ones, you'll be able to see that they are not added to that. So, try creating a new custom field for accounts and cases and just see if it is added to the layout. If it is not, then try adding it to the layout and then just generate reports. Cases. Okay. So for cases, there is one particular field. And as you can see here, this is the legend. And once you select some field, it is highlighted in blue, and the fields which are already there in the layout, it is highlighted in this color, and then not there in the page layout, it is highlighted in this color. So if it is not there in the layout, you can very much select that particular field and add it to the layout. So just drag and drop the field into the layout. Perfect. So now that this field is added to the layout. So once you are done with the changes, go save, and before that you can also preview the layout. And there is one other option of editing the properties. What is this editing the properties? Say for example type. So once you click on type and then once you click on edit properties, it will open up a window wherein you can change the display name of that. Say for example this type is, it will make much sense if it really says business type. Or just for an example. Okay, so you can have the label to be updated. So this is this option of editing the properties. So once you are done with all the changes, go save. Perfect. Now that we have successfully created our custom report type and also configured that accordingly. Similarly, pick many scenarios from the application and try creating these custom report types, and also try building the reports using the custom report types. So when you build a custom report type, for the first report type, you go for the first option of the relationship wherein it can be may or may not. And for the second report type, go with the option wherein it has to have a secondary object, so that you can just very well understand the difference and then create reports. Now that we have discussed more on the report building tool, the various report formats, and how do we create custom report types and all these, now we are going to understand how do we schedule a report. And in fact, I think pretty much these concepts is all about reports, and then going forward we'll be understanding more on the dashboards. Okay, so coming to report scheduling. What is report scheduling? Why do we basically schedule reports? Say for example, as a sales manager, I want to have the information of the sales that happened in the last month. Alright, so and every month I want to have that information. The last day of every month I want to understand what is the sales that has happened in that current month. Okay, so how will I get that? Or for example, I want to understand how many opportunities were closed in the last week, or how many leads were converted in the last couple of weeks. Alright, so I want some data on a regular basis. When there is such a scenario, when I want some data on a regular basis, when I want to analyze some data on a regular basis, then we go for scheduling of reports. So when you schedule a report, you needn't manually go and run the report. Instead, the report will automatically be run at the scheduled time, and then the latest report data that will be emailed to you. And this scheduling of report, it happens at regular intervals, and you have multiple options to schedule the report. You can do it daily, weekly, or monthly as per your business needs. So how do we do report scheduling in Salesforce? Go for any report, say for example this test summary report. And in this page, you have options for running the report. So if you click on run report, it will just run the report. But you have a drop down over here wherein it says run report now, means it will run the report at that point of time. Otherwise, if you want to schedule future runs, so go for this option of schedule future runs. And here you got to see the various options that are available in front of you. And who is the running user? Running user means the report will be run with respect to me. So whatever data that I can access, the report will give that information. So I am the running user. An email report. So email report just to me or to me and others. In case of me and others, you can very much select to users, you can do that. But if you want to send it to other users, like as given in the warning here, you got to ensure that it is in a public folder. And you can add those users respectively. You can also attach some public groups to that. In public groups, we know what's the concept of public groups. So all the users who are there in that public group will get an email with a report output. And what is the schedule report frequency? Meaning you want it daily or weekly or monthly. If you say daily, then you got to select which weekday. Every weekday, or if it's every day. And weekly, you have pretty much all these options. Or monthly, these are very much self-readable, so you can understand all these options. And which is the start date? From when the total schedule is valid for which period of time? Say for the next 1 year or a couple of years, for what is the time frame in which you want to schedule this report? And preferred start time. If you have some preferred start time, then you can mention that as well. And finally, saving the changes. Means if you want to save the report modifications, or if you want to discard modifications, means before scheduling this, if there are any changes to the configuration of the report, if you want to include that modifications as well, go for this option. Or if you want to discard those modifications, you can use the second option. So once you have analyzed your business needs, like whether they want it daily, weekly or monthly, and in which frequency they want it and everything, and you have determined what all information to be given and to who all it has to be sent, once done, go and save the report schedule. So going forward, this report will be run at the specified time, and the email will be sent out to all the users or the public groups, whoever you have added to your schedule reports. And that's all it is, as simple as that. For seeing all those scheduled reports, you can go to schedule jobs, monitor schedule jobs. So there it will list down all the scheduled jobs that are there in your organization. So now that we have just one job, and what this job does, this particular report, test summary report, will be scheduled on a certain period, right? Whichever that we have defined. So if you want to go and check the details, you can very much go here and check the details. And if you want to delete the scheduled jobs, you can use this option and delete the scheduled jobs. So all the scheduled jobs in your organization, that will basically appear out here. Be it your scheduled reports or scheduled dashboard refresh or any scheduled jobs, that will appear out here. So scheduling a report, the concept is just this. But then there are a few considerations that you got to note when you are scheduling a report. The running user on the report scheduled report page, that determines the data others see. Say for example, the running user is me. Alright, and maybe you do not have access to the data that I have. So when the running user is me, the report will have records which you do not have access to, right? But that absolutely doesn't matter. The report will run with respect to me, and whatever the output is, it will be emailed to all the people whoever is there in the list. Be it they have access to the data or they do not have access to the data. Because the whole concept is about the running user here. And he determines the report output. The second thing is, for reports to run as scheduled, the user in the running field must have access to the folder. Yes. So when the running user is me, I should have access to the folder in which the report is placed. And the running user should definitely be active. Otherwise, what happens? The report will not be run. So the users will not be as such intimated, but then the system administrator will get an email saying that as the user was inactive, this particular scheduled job did not run at whatsoever time. So system admin will get an email notification. And these scheduled reports, they are not tracked in the audit trail history. And to note one more point, that only joined reports, they cannot be scheduled. Otherwise, all the other report formats, they can be pretty much scheduled. And the report charts, in case you include report charts with your summary reports or matrix reports, those report charts are not included in the emailed reports. So these are some of the key points that you got to understand about report scheduling. Now that we have had a very good understanding of reports, it is time for us to know about dashboards. What are dashboards? How do we create dashboards in Salesforce? How do we customize dashboards? How do we use the various dashboard components? How do we schedule a dashboard refresh? How do we use dynamic dashboard filters? So these are all the various concepts that we are going to cover regarding dashboards. So what is a dashboard? We know dashboard is a graphical representation or a pictorial representation of the data that you have in your report, or even multiple reports at some time. So it's kind of a snapshot of data, you can say. And to obtain the latest data, you need to refresh them either manually or in a scheduled manner. And that's why we have that option of scheduling dashboard refresh. Even that we would be covering in the forthcoming lectures. Okay, so how do we create a dashboard in Salesforce? So along with the new report option, you also have an option for new dashboard. So go click on new dashboard. Okay, so this opens up an empty dashboard as you can see here. To create a dashboard, there are two important segments that we got to define. One is a component and the other is a data source. So what is a component and what is a data source? Component tells you which dashboard component your dashboard has to belong to. Say for example, the horizontal bar chart or the vertical bar chart or the line chart or the donut chart or the pie chart or the funnel chart or the gauge component. So which is the component that your dashboard should reflect? And the second important information that we got to provide is the data source. Means which is the underlying report for this dashboard, because a dashboard is not something that is existing of its own, right? A dashboard is something that is a reflection of the data that is there in your reports. So you got to tell like which report from basically it has to pull in the information. So here like you'll have the list of all reports that you have and wherein you can very much pull the report. Okay, now let's create our first dashboard. First let's choose our data source and let it be the summary report that we created. And once we have chosen the data source, we got to choose the component. So let it be the horizontal bar chart. And maybe like we can also generate other dashboards out here. So let me use the vertical bar chart. And let me pull in and similarly let me use the pie chart, let me use the donut chart, funnel chart, and even let's see about the other components as well. Okay, and let me choose the perfect, we can see. Let me use the gauge component as well. And let me choose the data source. Okay, that's perfect. Pretty much I have chosen all the components that are available as part of the dashboard components. This is the horizontal bar chart, vertical bar chart, the line chart, the pie chart, donut chart, funnel chart, gauge, and almost everything like we have it out here. But the most important part of dashboards is that to understand how do we customize the dashboard to show the information that we need. Say for example, like this is a dashboard. Okay, and yes, and you also got to know the limit of the dashboard that it can hold a maximum of 20 dashes. So here I have 3, 6, 9, 10 dashes, right? So a dashboard can have 20 dashes. And if you remember right, we have a component which is called as dashboard component that is available in the home page layout, right? And if you select that particular component and if you choose which particular dashboard has to be listed, so that dashboard will be appearing in your home page. But do note one more thing, that irrespective of the number of dashes in your dashboard, your home page will show only the first row of the dashboard, meaning your home page will show only the first 3 dashes that you have in your dashboard. Okay, now let's customize the dashboard. You have options out here wherein you can choose narrow, medium or wide. So like if you want a wider view of that, yes, you can choose wide. So you get a better view of your dashboard. Now let's for customizing this dashboard. You have 2 icons over here. One is the edit attributes and the other is the delete. So when you click on edit attributes, now you will have this window open, and this component editor is pretty much the same for most of the components. So there you have 2 sections. One is the component data and the other is the formatting. In component data, you determine like what has to be in the y-axis, basically here, and what has to be in the x-axis, basically here. And if you're grouping by any one of the fields that are available, if you're using any combination charts, and how the display units has to be, and when you drill down, what it has to basically drill down to the source report or the filtered source report, you have multiple options in that. Let me say in y-axis, I give the sum of amount. Oh, it is already sum of amount. And in the x-axis, okay, let me stay with a stage. So it will show me the stage information, and I want to group it by the close date. And when you group it by a particular close date, and these options of group by, it appears here only like if you have already grouped your records with that particular field in your summary report. Okay, so you got to first group the records in your summary report, only then you will get those options out here in your dashboard. So let me go for this view. Okay, and you can also use combination charts for plotting additional values. In case there is another field wherein like you have summarized it, you can very much use that field for the other axis, and then you can compare basically both. Say for example, we have sum of expected revenue. Then you can pretty much choose expected revenue out here because we have not summarized it, we are not getting this option. But then you can choose expected revenue out here, and you can say like use the second axis. So you will get that sum of expected revenue out here and the y-axis on the other side, and you can do a comparison between the amount and the expected revenue. And next comes the display units. How the display unit should be. It should be auto. Auto means like it automatically, picks the best one. Or like if you are very specific about that, then you can go for any one of these display units. And then finally drill down to. So this drill down to option is like when you click on the dashboard, basically what it should drill down to. It should take you to the complete source report, or it should take you to the filtered source report. What is filtered source report? Meaning which, say for example, you are grouping this report by stage, right? So when you click on a particular stage, it should show you the records belonging to only that particular stage, or it should show you the entire report. Okay, so that is called as a filtered source report. Or the record detail page. If you are interested to go to the detail page of the record, you can choose that option. Or some other URLs, like any other URL that you want to specify, you can use this option. So let me go with the filtered source report and say okay. Alright, the dashboard looks absolutely awesome. And here you have options for header and footer. So header pretty much tells you what the dashboard is all about. Say for example, let me say opportunities by stage. That tells you like what the dashboard is all about. And you also have a footer. Footer means like in case you are very specific about opportunities in the last year, or you are considering the opportunities, or in the current month, or whichever, some terms and conditions or some small notes that you want to mention, you can very much say that. Say for example, opportunities for the last financial year. So some information that you want to give, you can use the footer option. And once you are done editing the header, footer, check like if everything is fine with the properties. Okay, regarding formatting. So formatting, you can very much ascend it by, say for example, value ascending. Then, it appears like this, or value descending, however the way you want it, and axis range, and the legend position, like whether you want the legend position at the bottom, or you want it the right, something like this. So it is totally up to you. And data labels, like if you want to show details on hover. For example, when you hover, it will show you the details. So if you want to show the details on hover, you can choose this option. Say okay. So you have basically configured the dashboard as per the business needs. Overall, we have the similar options for most of the components, but then some of the options are a little different for components. Say for example, this pie chart. Like if you go to the component data, it asks you like what are the values and what are the wedges. Basically, how it should basically split all those, and what is the display unit. You want to display it, and then again the drill down source. And formatting. And formatting, like you have whether you want to combine small groups, so say for example, like if the percentage is very, very less. Okay, so you want to combine all those into others, or you want to show some values, show the exact values, or you just want to show percentage. If I say show no values, it will show only the percentage. Okay, if I say show values, it will show the values as well, and show details on hover. Similarly for the donut chart. You have multiple options out here and even here. So let me say show percent, show details, show total. Okay, so the total is 5.74. So similarly, we have got multiple dashboards like this. And say for example, for the funnel chart, you got to say like what are the values, segments, like how we'd want to basically form these segments out here. Okay, like whether by stage or close date, and that also again depends on by which field you have basically grouped your summary report. And display units, how the display units has to be. And the drill down, like how it has to basically show the drill down report. And the formatting. Formatting are pretty much the same when where you want the legend position. All these we discussed in the previous component. And the gauge component. Gauge component basically tells you like where you are with respect to a target. Say for example, the target is 5.74. So where we are with respect to the target. But there is one restriction that or limitation that I would like to highlight in gauge component is that go to the edit attributes, and here we basically got to define what's the minimum value, breakpoint 1, 2 and the maximum value, and you have got different color specifications for that, and now it's all in millions and the maximum is 5.74. So let me say the maximum is 10 million. and breakpoint 1 is 33 million and breakpoint 2 is 70 million. So in this scenario, the gauge component will point accordingly. So when the whole target is 10 million, and where are we right now, so that you can pretty much see like where your business stands using this gauge component. But the limitation of this gauge component is you can use only hard-coded values out here. You cannot actually configure this gauge component in such a way that you can pull information from your Salesforce, from any one of your Salesforce objects or fields. Basically you got to configure hard-coded values in the gauge component. So that is a big limitation of this gauge component. Say okay. Alright, so that sounds very nice. And the other ones are the simple ones, the straightforward ones. That is the tab component, table component, which will display information in the form of a table. And here comes a scatter chart, wherein, it will actually point values like a graph, you can say, where you are exactly. And then comes the metrics. So these are the various components that we have as part of the dashboards. Now let's go and save the dashboard. Let me say it is summary dashboard. And let's it be under my personal dashboards. Save, close, save and close. Alright, here you go. This is your dashboard, the summary dashboard. Sounds absolutely awesome. And in a similar manner, you can build a dashboard for matrix reports as well. Matrix and summary reports, pretty much the dashboard components and the dashboard options that are available in your edit attributes icon, though they are pretty much the same for summary and matrix reports. So what you can do is for all the reports that we created, try creating the dashboards as well. So now that we have seen how do we create one for summary reports, create the same, use the same components and use a different report, that is a matrix report, and try generating dashboards. And here after you save the dashboard, you can note a couple of important attributes. Say for example, this is called as hover. Show details on hover. Basically it will show you the details. So this is closed one. So when you hover on that, it will show you the details of closed one. And this is others. It is showing you the details of others. Needs analysis, showing you. Value proposition, it is showing you. So this is basically showing details on hover. And there was one other option of drill down to the source report, full source report, or drill down to the filtered report, right? So if you drill down, so this option it says click to go to the full report. So it means if you click, it will take you to the entire report. Say for example, I click the dashboard, it takes me to the full report. It is not very specific to closed one. But then if you choose the other option wherein you got to filter it by the filtered report, you click to go to the filtered report. So it will just show those related records which are shown in the dashboard. So only the filtered report will be shown out here. So this is about generating reports and dashboards with respect to summary and matrix reports. And in the next lecture, we'll understand what are all the limitations that we have with respect to the tabular reports and the joined reports. In this lecture, let's understand how do we build dashboards for tabular reports and for joined reports and what are all the various limitations we have in them. Let's go ahead and create a dashboard. Okay, this is the first dashboard that we created for the summary dashboard, and these are all the reports that we have. And among all these reports, this is the only report that we have scheduled, so that's the reason we are able to see this tick sign over here, because it marks scheduled, and the other reports that we have are not scheduled. Okay, perfect. So coming to the tabular dashboard. So let's create a dashboard, and let's choose the data source to be the tabular report. And let's choose the components. Say for example the horizontal bar chart. And similarly let's choose the other components as well. Okay. And for this dash, let me choose this. Make the line chart, the pie chart, the donut chart, the funnel chart, tabular, gauge. So are we able to see this? We were able to generate dashboards for the tabular reports for these components like the horizontal bar chart, vertical bar chart, the line chart, pie chart, the donut chart, the funnel chart, yes. But we are not able to use these components. Which ones? The scatter chart, the gauge component, the metrics component. Let me try with the other components as well. There is a table, Let me choose a tabular report. Okay, perfect. So like what does that we understand from this? Tabular report do not support all the components that we have in dashboards. In specific, the scatter chart, we cannot generate scatter chart. We cannot generate the gauge component. We cannot build dashboards using the metric component. But otherwise, yes, pretty much we can use all the other components. And the final option that we have for components is the Visualforce pages. You can very much use your Visualforce dashboard components for building your dashboards. But not for the tabular report, but otherwise for summary reports, matrix reports, you can use Visualforce components as well. And also there is one more important thing that we got to note, that tabular reports, we will be able to generate dashboards only if a row limit is specified in the tabular report. Now, there is an option for row limit, and that is available only for the tabular reports. And if the row limit is specified, only then you can generate dashboards for tabular reports. And the maximum value for row limit that you can specify is 99. So these are the limitations that we have in generating dashboards for tabular reports. But pretty much the other options, they remain the same. That is the edit attributes. We have options wherein you can make it medium or wide, and you can have the header footer options, and you can save the dashboards and place it in the respective folders. All those are pretty much the same. But just that the limitation comes in which components that we can use, and that row limit limitation. So let me quickly go save the dashboard, and let me say tabular dashboard. And let me save. Okay, perfect. And now that we can see all the dashboards are getting refreshed. In the meantime, I would also like to highlight one more important thing, that every dash out here, this is completely called as a dashboard, right? And we have like kind of 7 dashes out here. So every dash out here can point to a different component and to a different data source, meaning which one dashboard can have different components associated to that and from different reports associated to that. Say for example, this dash, it can have a horizontal bar chart from a summary report, and this component can have a vertical bar chart from a matrix report. This can have from a tabular report. So a dashboard can have components, different components from different reports. Okay, so save, close. So once we save and close the dashboard, we'll be able to see the dashboard. That's perfect. And these 3 dashboard components, we should have ideally removed those dashboard components, because these components are not supported by tabular reports. So what you can do is next to the edit attributes, you have an option for deleting that particular dash. So you can just delete off these 3 dashes out here. Okay, perfect. So now that we'll be able to see the dashboard that we created. Yes, that is a tabular dashboard. And we know what are all the restrictions that we have in tabular dashboard. The next we are going to understand about the join dash. Means a dashboard wherein the data source is a join report. Let's create a new dashboard. And we got to choose the component and the data source. So the component, let it say like horizontal bar chart. And data source, we got to add the join report. Okay, so it errors out, right? So what it says, you must select use chart as defined in the source report for this join report component. So how do we access that option? In the edit attributes, you will see an option wherein like it says use chart as defined in the source report. So go select this option. So automatically the chart that you defined in the join report will appear out here. And all the options that you used for defining the chart, that will pretty much be defaulted out here. That's the reason you are not able to edit any one of these options out here. Neither the formatting nor the component data. So because all these information are pulled from the chart that is associated with the joined report. So say OK, and you will automatically see the chart that you defined in the joined report. And the chart that we designed is basically a horizontal bar chart, right? So in case if you choose a vertical bar chart and if you choose the joined report, again it would error out saying like use that option. So let me go check this option, and when I say OK, automatically it will pick the chart that we have associated with the joined report. Meaning which in spite of you choosing a different component, still it will stick on to the same chart that we designed with our joined report. So while building a joined report, you got to be very mindful of this information as well. It is just not about building the joined report. It is about the chart that you attach with that. So the chart has to be in line with your business requirement. If your business wants a vertical pie chart, then you basically got to attach a chart which is a pie chart. Or a vertical bar chart, then your chart has to be a vertical bar chart. So have this important thing in mind before you create your joined reports. So let me save the join dashboard and let me call it joined dashboard. But in real time, ideally we do not name it like this. Instead we would say like the sales dashboard or the marketing dashboard, and that dashboard would have some 4-5 dashes that is respect to the sales team. If it's a marketing dashboard, it would have some 4-5 dashes with respect to the marketing team. So the naming conventions in real time would be something like the sales dashboard or the marketing dashboard or opportunities of this month or overall understanding of the properties, something like that. And now you can able to see the dashboard which we just created. Go to reports and the dashboard will be listed out there. That is a joined dashboard. In this lecture, we are going to discuss about how do we set up a dynamic dashboard filters. Okay, first let's understand the concept about dynamic dashboards. As the name says, dynamic dashboards means the data that is reflected in a dashboard is not same for every user. The dashboard shows different information for a different set of people. So that is called as dynamic dashboards. So how do we basically set it up? For every dashboard that you have created, once you go to the dashboard, you will have that options of edit, clone and refresh. Go click on edit. You will see an option right over here. And you have a drop down wherein you have two options. One is run as specified user, run as logged in user. So what is this option of specified user and logged in user? Run as specified user means the dashboard will run as a specific user. Say for example, like if we say John Smith. So the dashboard will always run for John Smith. So it will reflect the information what John Smith has got access to. Alright, so whoever who runs the dashboard, they'll be able to see the information with respect to John Smith. That is the concept of specified user. You can specify which user basically it has to point out. The other is the logged in user option. So what is that logged in user? Logged in user means the dashboard is created, okay, and whoever who logs in and whoever who runs the dashboard will show the information with respect to the person who is basically running the dashboard. Say for example like opportunities. Alright, out of 100 opportunities, based on my security settings, I have access to 80 opportunities and you have access to 90 opportunities, and person 3, he has access to 50 opportunities. So if I run the dashboard, it would show all the 80 opportunities. And if you run the dashboard, it would show the 90 opportunities. And if person 3, he runs the dashboard, it would show the 50 or 60 opportunities whichever he has got access to. That is the concept of a run as a logged in user. So specified user means like the data, whatever is shown is constant with that particular person. So whoever runs, they'll see the same data. And logged in user, it totally depends on the user who runs the dashboard. Okay, so this is the concept of dynamic dashboards. What next? Next, we are going to understand about the concept of dashboard filters. How do we implement filters in dashboards? First of all, we got to know why do we use filters in dashboards. Say for example, we have this dashboard and this dashboard is all about opportunities. And I want to see with respect to a particular person, how these opportunities are. Okay, so and say for example, I have 4 users. With respect to a particular user, how this dashboard is, how the data, displays in the dashboard. So for 4 users, then it is not necessary that I got to go and create 4 different dashboards. You can very much include filters. You can use all the 4 users. You can add all the 4 users to the filter criteria. You can very much use those filters and see the output. Say for example, I want to filter it by stage. I want to see information only with respect to a particular stage or whatever criteria that you can define. You can very much define it using dashboard filters. So this is the concept of dashboard filter. You can use a filter criteria and you can use the same dashboard and see the output depending on the different filter criteria. And how do we do that? You have the options of add filter. Go add filter and here we got to select the field. Say for example opportunity owner. So let me say the opportunity owner equals, it is me. And then again I add one more filter criteria saying it is the test user. And then I add the filters. Okay, perfect. So now that I have added filters to my dashboard and that you can very much see it out here. So once I save and close, I'll be able to see the dynamic dashboard filters and that is out here. So if the opportunity owner equals Archana Rajendran, the dashboard will show the output accordingly. And if the opportunity owner equals the other user, that is a test user, the dashboard will show the results accordingly. But then as you can see here, very much we do not have much information or opportunities created with respect to the test user. So I do not see any information as such. But this is the concept of dashboard filters, and in real time there will be multiple opportunity owners, right? There will be so many people who create opportunities. So in those scenarios, you can use these filters. You can filter it by criteria and you can see the output accordingly. And you got to note one thing, that you can add a maximum of only 10 filter conditions. And also when considering a dashboard, there can be maximum of 3 filters that is defined in a dashboard. While talking about these dynamic dashboards, there are some points to be noted regarding the dynamic dashboard filters. Whenever we are using the dashboard filters, we know every dashboard can have only up to a maximum of 3 filters. And if your dashboard contains Visualforce or S-Control components, then you cannot apply filters on those dashboards. And whenever you schedule a dashboard or email a dashboard, these filters are not applied. It will show the actual data. And in case your dashboard has got a report which is a joined report, then you cannot use these filters on the joined reports. And these custom formula fields, whatever formula fields that you have in the object, you cannot use those formula fields for defining your filter criteria. The last topic that we are going to discuss about in this section is how do we schedule dashboard refresh. We already discussed about report scheduling and how do we email the scheduled report output to us and to others, right? So now it is how do we do dashboard scheduling. So when we talk about dashboard refresh, there are basically 2 types. One is a manual refresh, that you can go manually click on the refresh button, the dashboard would automatically get refreshed. And the other is scheduling the refresh. Okay, so now let's understand what the concept of refresh is all about. Say for example, I create a report and that is for all opportunities, and we create a dashboard as well for that. So at the time of me creating the report on the dashboard, there were 100 opportunities in the system. Alright, and then later on, after 100 more opportunities got added to the system. So now the report would be 200 opportunities and the dashboard should show 200 opportunities, right? So that updation of the information as per the current information that is there in the system, that happens only if you schedule a refresh or do a manual refresh. So only when you refresh a dashboard, it will show the updated information as it is there in the system. To perform a manual refresh, you have that option pretty much with all the dashboards. You have the option out here. So when you click on refresh, the dashboard would automatically get refreshed. It will bring in the updated information as it is there in the system. Perfect. Now the dashboard has got refreshed, and whatever information we have here, it is the current version of what is that is there in the system right now. Alright, perfect. So this is about the manual refresh. But how do we schedule this dashboard refresh on a regular basis? Immediately next to the refresh button, there should be a drop down which gives you an option for scheduling the refresh. But this being a developer edition, we do not have that option of scheduling dashboard refresh. But ideally in real time, when using the sandboxes, when using the production environment, you have the option for scheduling refresh as well. So let me quickly show you that option of refresh, dashboard refresh from one of the sandbox environments. So this is the sandbox environment, and just forget of this dashboard. This is just a test dashboard that I created. So the whole objective of me creating this test dashboard is for us to understand the concept of refresh. So go here, you have a drop down, click on schedule refresh. Similar to reports, even here you have the similar options. Who is the running user? And please do note one point that only dashboard wherein you have specified as the specified user, only those dashboards can be scheduled for a refresh. The other dashboards wherein you have mentioned the option as a logged in user, those dashboards cannot be scheduled for the scheduled refresh. So this here, the running user is me, and you can email the dashboard as well to me or to others. But to me, yes, specifically it is just only you, so that's fine. But in case you want to email it to others, then you got to ensure that whichever folder that you have placed the dashboard, that should be a public folder, and the access should be shared to the other users. And how do we grant this access to other users? We'll just see it in a moment after we are done with this. And scheduling refresh. This is basically the options for us to schedule the refresh, at what frequency we want to basically schedule the refresh. Once done, go and click on save. And very similar to reports, once you schedule be it for reports, once you schedule a report, or for dashboards, once you schedule a refresh, once the job is done, you'll be able to see those jobs which are currently in progress under scheduled jobs option. So set up scheduled jobs, you'll be able to see your reports and dashboards which are basically scheduled. Okay, so now let's understand the concept of creating folders and providing access to others. We'll go to reports. I actually have created a test folder. This is the test folder and this is a dashboard folder. And here you will have options. Share, edit and delete. Delete, yes, for deleting the folder. Editing is for editing the properties. And in case you want to provide access to others for this particular folder, then you have the option of share. So once you click on share, it will ask you like to whom all like it has to have access to. So if you want to share with other users, you can use other users, and there are only like couple of users out here, so it is just showing me this list. But otherwise, it will show you all the users that are there in the organization, and you can provide access to them. Say for example, I want to provide access to the test user. So click on share. So it is shared with the test user. So when you want to email the dashboard output to other users, do ensure that the dashboard is placed in a folder, in a public folder, and shared access is given to other users. So this is the concept of dashboard refresh. How do we do it manually and how do we automate it by scheduling?